Hey everyone, welcome to the Snowflake Full Course by MindMajix, where you will learn Snowflake from basics to advanced concepts. Whether you are a complete beginner or a seasoned data professional, this course has something valuable for you. But before we dive in, let's quickly talk about why learning the Snowflake game changer for your tech career. With companies moving rapidly to cloud-native data platforms, Snowflake is now a solution for data warehousing, data engineering, and analytics. In fact, according to the latest market research, Snowflake's global market share has grown significantly, reportedly crossing $2 billion in annual revenue and continuing to expand across industries like finance, healthcare, retail, and AI-driven technology. The demand for Snowflake professionals is rising. On platforms like LinkedIn and Indeed, there are many active job postings globally for roles such as Snowflake developer, data engineer with Snowflake, Snowflake data architect, Snowflake admin and consultant. The average salary of Snowflake developer ranges from 10 to 25 lakh rupees per annum in India depending on experience. By the end of this course, you will not only understand Snowflake inside out but also be job ready for some of the most in-demand roles in cloud data. So grab your copy, hit that subscribe and like button, and let's get started on your journey to becoming a Snowflake expert. And if you are interested in learning Snowflake, MindMajix offers a comprehensive Snowflake certification course covering the latest curriculum, hands-on real projects, mock interviews, and more. For more details, check out the link pinned in the comment section below. Now, let's get started with our Snowflake Full Course.
It is basically used for analytical data warehousing purpose. So it's very easy to start using Snowflake. It's all cloud-based product. We have to, most of the people already have knowledge on how we can set up your trial version account. So just it's a 30 days account or it's a 400 free credits what the account will provide, Snowflake provide us to access. So it's a very easy to access that account, and I will show you how to create that account and how to access quickly our account, and we can start writing some basics scripts like the select start from table. So it's a just 5 minutes job to get that account. So basically, it's a cloud service account. So basically, most of the people are aware of what is cloud account, and it's not on-prem. So we are not going to install anything on any servers. It's directly available, and it's going to launch from the browser. So basically, Snowflake dependent on three top cloud service providers like Azure, Google Cloud, and as well as AWS. Snowflake utilizing cloud service providers to store their data. So there is no limit for storing data. It's elastically increase as per demand. If you want to suddenly 10,000 GB size data, it is available to store the data. So elastic cloud. So that's automatically it's expand as per your needs. We are not specifying like we want to use only 100 TB size, your 1,000 TB size. It's automatically expand as per your need. So that's how it's designed in background. So it is having high computation as well as high elasticity. So there are too many features involved in Snowflake. Step by step, we are going to learn all the features. So I will show you quickly the syllabus copy and what are all the different things we are going to learn part of our session. And then I will, we'll try to create one Snowflake trial account. I will show you how to create that account. Basically, our syllabus is going to cover to target Snowflake core certification, SnowPro certification. So we have two kind of certifications in Snowflake. One is Snowflake SnowPro core certification, and another one is a SnowPro advanced certification, architect level certification. So our syllabus is completely designed to target SnowPro core certification. So each and every topic having their own weightage. So we are going to cover 100% to reach out to that percentage in each and every topic. So that once we complete our course, if you try to appear for certification after 1 week or 2 weeks, so there is a chances of clearing your certification. It's easy to get more than 85 percentage. So your pass percentage is 80%. So I will make sure that you guys should get 85% minimum to crack our certification. As of now, we don't have any dumps available. So it's all our own. We have to keep our own hard work to clear the certification. Now it is very high demand in the market. People who are all having Snow Pro certifications. So we have complete. We designed our course. So each and every topic I gathered most of the questions from the different people who appeared for the certification, and also with my experience, I gathered a lot of information. So all that information is available. I will make sure that I will give you practice test papers to everyone. So you guys, either once we complete the particular topic, you can go for the practice papers, or you can go for the all the questions together based on the topic or entire. So like that, we designed around 15 plus practice test papers, each and every paper having 30 to 45 questions. So there itself we can understand whether you are able to reach out your 80 percentage, or you are lagging somewhere. So then only you can appear for the certification. So once you are able to get 100%, then only go for main certification there, so that we can, it's easy for you to crack that. So to avoid so once you give the attempt, so there is a chances of, if you don't get 80 percentage, there is chances of losing your money. So it's cost around $250 or 16K Indian currency. So I always suggest you to make sure that get 100% in the practice papers. If you feel, if you are not, if you are getting 90%, 80% also, try to do practice papers one more time, then only go for certification. So if you cross all the papers minimum 95 percentage, then only I will uh, tell you guys to go for the certificate. There itself, you can think about yourself, about your benchmark, whether you are reaching to that point or not. So even if you apply for certification to maybe sometime, so there is a, we can postpone your certification date anytime before 1 day. So if you think like you are not confident about your certification, you want to postpone it to next week, so we have option to postpone that certification to next 1 week. So like that, you can build the confidence as soon as possible. You try to understand all the concepts and try to gain the knowledge and try to clear the certification as soon as possible without any delay. That's what my suggestion. So I will help you complete guidance to crack the certification. So there is 100% success rate is there if you follow whatever I am telling every day. So make sure that you are following, and you are going to crack your certification. Next target is for next 40 days. We have how to access your account. This is the first step for everyone to get it, and how to create the database, how to create the schema, how to create the tables. If you are already from data warehousing background, database background, it's easy for you to relate with any traditional database along with the Snowflake. So basically in Snowflake, we have this is the cloud analytical data warehouse. We have three other competitors with a Snowflake. So we have to understand our competitors also, like it's all cloud. So Amazon having its own cloud database that's name called Redshift, and Azure also having their own analytical data warehouse that's name called Synapse, and also Google Cloud also having its own database. It's a BigQuery. So and along with that Snowflake. So these four are the competitors. Most of the projects, people who want to migrate their data to on-premise or any other databases to cloud. So any one of these cloud services customer going to pick. Out of these four, each and every database having their own limitations and advantages. So we'll try to, I will help you to relate with the Snowflake and other cloud databases going forward. What are all the features? It's available only Snowflake. It's not available in any other databases, so that we can relate. So you feel like these are all the additional advantages in Snowflake compared to any other databases. So in that way also, I will compare and learn based on the each and every feature. So why is Snowflake we need to learn? So comparing to other traditional databases, we can use a Redshift, we can use Azure Synapse, we can use BigQuery. But why we need to learn Snowflake? That is very important question we need to understand. So why Snowflake means? So basically, Snowflake architecture is completely different compared to any other traditional databases and data warehouse also. So it is having both storage and computation. These are the two key things in any database architecture. This storage and computation, both it will work independently. So there is no cost associated with the if you are storing, there is no cost associated with the computation. If you want to compute, there is no cost associated with the storage. Both storage and computation, it will work independently. So that is the reason if the charges whatever you are using for any database, that is going to down compared to any other databases. So if this feature is nothing but the decoupling. So decoupling is nothing but the both it will work independently. We'll discuss more in detail whenever you're talking about Snowflake architecture. So this is one of the key feature in Snowflake which we don't find in any other databases. So we'll discuss in detail about that point. So here we are accessing roles and what are all the different roles. So what is the role and why we need to create role in Snowflake? So how it is related to traditional databases, and we have different worksheets, and we have different type of accounts. So all those things, it's kind of quick introduction about Snowflake web UI. And also we have there are different ways of connecting to Snowflake account. Once you create your account, there are different ways of connecting to your account, whether you are going to create with the help of web interface, and also we can connect to your Snowflake account with the SnowSQL, that is the command line interface available from the Snowflake. So SnowSQL, Snowflake command line interface, and also we can connect with your Snowflake with the help of Python. Python is also very useful programming language to access your account and to play your data in the tables with the help of Python. So that is also there are different JDBC, ODBC connectors are there. But in our course, we are going to discuss about how we are going to use web user interface, and also we are going to use NoSQL. It's a command line, and also Python. So I will help you how we can utilize Python to access your data in the Snowflake. So Python is very important and useful programming language whenever you are talking about cloud technologies. So, but whenever you are using Snowflake, Python is not mandatory to use. But if you have option, if you know the Python, that will give a lot of advantage. I will guide you how you can start using Python, but not much. We are not spending much time in Python, but I will guide you definitely. So how we are going to I will give you few use cases on Python as well. Basic use cases depends on your interest. I will give you more use cases. So in offline, so but not in the main course. And also we have different cloud service providers like we have AWS. We are keeping some data into S3 storage. S3 having one of the service, and also we have Azure blob storage. We are keeping files into blob storage, and GCP buckets also we are using. We have different use cases for different cloud service provider. So depends on the use case we are using. We are trying to touch all the cloud service providers in our account as per the use case. But all these cloud service accounts are free of cost. So if we have all these accounts, that would be good. So in the AWS offering 1 year, Azure also offering 3 months, Google Cloud also offering 3 months. So we'll use all the free services available in the different cloud service providers. We'll try to integrate our data into Snowflake, and we'll see the end-to-end flow, how we can automate the process from the buckets to Snowflake and building some data integration between the accounts. All those things we are going to discuss part of our session. So here data loading and unloading. So data loading basically how we are we were creating some storage accounts directly in the Google Cloud buckets. From there itself, we are accessing data into Snowflake. We are not going to load data into Snowflake account directly. We are selecting data from the cloud account, and we are creating external stages accounts, internal stages. So we are loading data from the buckets, and we have different scenarios. We apply some transformation in between if there is any change you want to apply. So that kind of transformations will apply. Will Once you load data, again we're loading back data into the cloud accounts. That is called data loading and unloading. We have different scenarios. We are going to cover all these scenarios part of the data loading and unloading. As I told you, Snowpipe is one of the continuous data loading process in Snowflake. So, which is whenever files, let's say in your project, we have daily, we are working on some retail or e-commerce project, daily some 100 or 200 different files, it's going to come into your particular storage location. From there, your ETL jobs going to pick and process data into Snowflake. In between, you are applying some transformations. In the same way, instead of storing data into the some storage location, we are storing your data into the cloud accounts, any AWS S3 or Google buckets or Azure blob storage. So from there, automatically we can keep monitoring whenever files are coming. Your process is going to pick the file and load data into Snowflake tables. That is nothing but the continuous data loading. It's automatically monitoring whenever file is arriving. Your jobs, it's going to run. That is called continuous data loading. So with the help of Snowpipe, we are going to implement and process data into Snowflake tables. So whether it is any kind of file formats, as of now, Snowflake supports different kind of file formats. So CSV file, JSON, Pocket, Avro, there are different file formats. All these file formats, any file format, will pick and process data into Snowflake. We'll learn how to use JSON and how to use CSVs, semi-structured data, how to use. So if required, so will Snowflake recently launched unstructured data. As of now, we are not covered any unstructured data related scenarios. If time permits, I will try to grab more use case data unstructured. I will keep adding into our syllabus. And once we load data into Snowflake table, so we have different. We are having. So this is as partner connect with Snowflake. As I told you, right, how we are going to use Python connectors in the Snowflake. So we have, let's say, if you go to the, this is the, once you create your trial account, so you can see this. This is the UI account. So here, if you see the partner connect, so here we have already ready-made cloud tools are available. So this is some data integration purpose, talent switch. So this is another important cloud integration. This is called Matillion. This is one of the hot ETL tool in the market now. So most of the people who are all working with the Snowflake, they're looking for talent is one of the tool, and Matillion is it's a very useful and integration tool with the Snowflake and also Informatica. So there are these are all the different tools. There are too many things, but those tools also preferring. So here, if you see the connectors, so these are all the, just now I told you, right, say like clients, SnowSQL, and also JDBC, ODBC, Python components. So we are going to how to use the Python components using, so Snowflake connector Python. So how we are using these connectors, and we can access our Snowflake account, we can process data into Snowflake. All those things we are going to discuss in the our session. So say like client is the command line interface. So this one also we are going to, if you are using the whether Windows or Linux or Mac OS, whatever OS you are using, we'll try to connect and we'll configure CLI as well. So these are all connectors I am talking about. And also we have, so we have BI connectors also is there. So how we can use BI connectors like Power BI. So if you want to integrate your Snowflake with Power BI, how we can integrate those use cases also. Once you create our trial account, we'll try to, with the help of trial account, we'll use the trial account to connect your BI tools, and we can process. Once you get data from cloud services to Snowflake, and that data we are connecting to BI dashboards, and we can see how the data looking into that kind of. I will help you to how we are using BI tools along with the Snowflake. And as I told you, handling JSON semi-structured data, semi-structured JSON, how we can load semi-structured data into Snowflake tables, and how we can configure, how we can make the data to structure, and how we can query the data to the Snowflake. Those scenarios it will cover in the handling JSON data. And also we have external scheduling tools are available, like if you want to automate your process daily, sometime 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, you want to run your jobs. So at that time, we are going to use some scheduling tools like Autosys or Control M. There are too many other tools are involved. At the same time, we are using here Snowflake having its own tools, its own scheduling process. So we are creating tasks. So once we create the task, we are going to automate the task so and so 5 o'clock every day. We'll try to create the dependencies one by one job. Automatically, those jobs it's going to run. It's a whether daily jobs or weekly jobs or monthly jobs, yearly jobs. All those things we can automate within the Snowflake. So we don't want to use any external tools. Automatically, internal Snowflake having its own feature to schedule your jobs. So, and also we have next one is a very important feature that is called secure data sharing. So you want to share your data to any let's say in traditional data process. So we have some 100 TB data. You want to give the data to one of your customer. So what are the different? We are going to give apply some. We are doing using some data ETL integration. You just connect your source and connect to target, then the data it is going to reach to the customer. And also we can do some FTPs or different ways. And also we can use some pen drives where we can upload some drives. These are all the different ways of transforming data to one point to another customer. So here Snowflake having very good feature, that is nothing but the data sharing. So customer want to access live data. So whatever transactions are happening into the uh, provider side, that live data customer can access without any cost. That is called data sharing. Whether it is 100 TB or 1000 TB, whatever it is, there is no cost associated with the customer. Whatever data you want to, we are trying to share, all the data they can access and they can connect to the BI dashboards. They can see the live data, whether they can connect to the Power BI or Tableau. So like that, we can access we can provide access to the customers instantaneously without any delay. So that is called data sharing. This is one of the powerful feature in Snowflake. So even some people don't have Snowflake accounts, we can create one account that is called reader accounts, non-Snowflake accounts. We can give access to the customers. So there are too many important features. We are going to learn all these things. We are creating multiple accounts, and we are giving data to customer. We can see that data is available instantaneously. So what are all the challenges? All those things we are going to learn practically in our session. Another one is the cloning is also another unique feature in Snowflake. So we'll try to provide we'll keep the different copy of data without any additional cost associated with it. So we are trying to reduce as much duplicate copy of data into the Snowflake to avoid storage cost. So for that reason we are using cloning also. Another one is the time travel. Time travel is a very important feature. So at every point in time, so Snowflake keep maintaining the different versions of data. So if at any point in time you want to get your older version of the data, Snowflake it will provide us to. So if you can specify the timestamp or you can specify the query ID, it will provide uh, that point in time data. So if you by mistake you drop the table, by mistake you deleted data, again you thought like I want 3 hours older version of the data. At any point in time, Snowflake is handling different copies of data. That information is available. The help of we can grab the data with the help of time travel and fail-safe features. So and also we have some clustering keys, single cluster and multi-cluster keys. So we'll try to create how we can Snowflake using multi-clustering keys and what are all the benefits. how it is in background, how the computation is going to work. So all those things we are going to cover in detail. So these are all the points we are going to cover part of our session. So, and also I missed to add another session that is called resource monitoring. How we are going to monitor your resources, how you can control your resources. So it is a cloud account. There is no limitation. As a user, they are keep on running the queries. So that's without uh, knowing, there is a chances of getting additional cost. So that's the reason we are going to limit our running cost with the help of resource monitoring. We'll keep providing alerts to the customers so that they can able to they can able to understand they are doing by mistake. If you just running the queries and you forgot you are going somewhere, so without knowing that there is some lot of cost is going to happen to the company. We have to avoid all those things. That's the reason we are going to configure resource monitor. There we can clearly specify the different options to avoid all these things. So this is mainly we are covering all these points in detail with the help of different uh, with the help of cloud accounts, either AWS, Azure, as well as Google Cloud. So step by step we are going to cover, and we'll try to help you as much practical knowledge. So these things, this is how we are going to design our course. So this is the page where you can register. So quickly, I will show you the certification. So this is web assessor. This is a page we can go and register for the certificate. Here you can see total 2 certifications. So here, if you see the my assessments, register for an exam. So once you click on to the register for an exam, so here you can see there are 2 certifications. One is Snowflake Core certification and Snowflake Advanced Architect certification. So this is the core certification. It's cost around demonstrates an individual's knowledge to apply specific course expertise. So it's cost around $175. So now you can give exam online from your home itself. Earlier there was some centers to give the exam due to pandemic time, so they are giving allowing to give the exam in the from your own place. So there is another certification, Snowpro Advanced Architect certification. So here this is around $375. It's a little expensive. This is again, it's all completely different track altogether. To so here, if you want to go to the advanced certification, we should clear the Snowpro Core certification. This is the page where we can get more details. Just log in to webassessor.com, so that we'll get the more details. Anyway, I will show you the percentage of each and every topic, how much percentage it is coming. So all those things, it's included part of our syllabus. So if you follow whatever we are explaining, so that if you practice, we have a lot of information available in Google, so we can use our resources, as well as we can find the resources available in the different channels, and there itself we can understand whether you are answering the correct question, or you are we are based on your score, you can identify your knowledge. So slowly, if you keep practicing everything, right, so it's within 1 month time is sufficient to crack your certification. I can give guarantee that. So if you just spend daily 1 hour or 2 hours time, so most of everyone busy their time, so definitely chances are very high to clear the certification. So here, this is the page where you can sign up for your account. So just go to your snowflake.com. So this snowflake.com, here we can so here we can see there is a start for free. Just click on it. So this is a very quick process, just a 1 minute process to clear your enter your certification details. So here, so you can pass your username. Just I am giving some name. So any valid email ID you can pass. So just I'm giving my ID, company XYZ. So just you can use any company name, and also you can use something if you are working from different countries. Just you can pass different countries, India or US, whatever it is, India. So if you want to get notifications, just you can. So it depends on you. Just continue. See, this is a page where you are getting, as I told you, right? So Snowflake completely dependent on top three cloud service providers, whether it's a AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure. So and also there are different type of accounts, whether it is a standard, enterprise, business critical, and a virtual private Snowflake. Even for our trial period, also we are getting three different editions. So we can use. There are some features which not available in standard. So that's we can go with the enterprise, or we can start with the standard. Maybe after once we get the confidence, we can go with the enterprise. So here you can select any service pro, either it is a AWS or Azure, Google, anyone you can select. There is no much difference. Once you select AWS, it will ask you to the region, which region you want to host. So I'm working from India, so I can select the nearest region is the Asia Pacific, Mumbai. Or if you want to go with the Azure platform, you can select the Azure related service. So whether it is a which one is available, so you can select anything. And also Google Cloud only three. Azure also having different services. Azure also we can select nearby Singapore. So anyone, if you are selecting, automatically your data is going to host into that particular region with the help of a particular cloud service provider. Automatically, immediately, one URL it is going to one email ID, it will trigger to your whatever mail ID you provided. So there you can activate your account. Once you activate, you can see exact similar type of account you can see. So here this is the your URL. It is coming as a region name, and also it is coming as a account details. And this is this is one of the unique URL it is going to generate for respective accounts. Here you can start accessing your account with the help of username and password. That's how we are going to create. So try, it's a very easy process to get the account. You just get ready with all your accounts. So we'll start exploring all the features, sharing warehouses history. There are too many things are there. So we have, so how to create buckets and external stages and integrations. All these features we can explore, and we can play with these features along with the cloud accounts. We want to quickly access our Snowflake database. So it is a cloud analytical data warehouse. So we no need to set up any servers on your computer or any outside. Just it's a cloud based and URL based database. So simply you can access through the URL from anywhere. Just we need to remember our respective account URL and the login username and password. That details more than sufficient to access your database from anywhere. So as of now, we have 30-day trial period. So and also 400 credit worth free is there. So once we cross that, we need to pay for it. Now for quickly creating your account, so just we can go to the snowflake.com. You can follow me. So just you can follow me same steps. Snowflake.com. So this is the Snowflake official website. Here we can see there is a icon here. It says start for free. Just click on it. So it's all we already did last time. So but we didn't create. So you can also pass your details here, whatever details it is asking. In the same way, you can also uh, pause how I am pausing. So just I'm giving my details. So mail ID I am giving. So I already created too many duplicate accounts. So just I am reusing, or if you already expired with your accounts, again we need to create another account with another email ID. So I'm using one website, one email ID. So another one is just I'm using company name. Now I'm sitting in India, so I'm just giving as a country name as India. So if you are located in different countries, you just give your respective country details. Yeah, this is the basic details we need to provide and also continue. Now, so here we can see there are some different type of version of accounts. It's a basic standard version account, enterprise account, business critical account. So as now I am selecting anything you can select, standard or enterprise. Now we are starting to Snowflake. I'm going to use standard. So slowly going forward depends on the need, which is not available in standard account. So at the time we will enter into enterprise. We'll create another account with enterprise version. We'll see the differences, what is not there in the standard. So now we are new to the Snowflake, so that's the reason I'm using standard version. So that is fine. Anything you can select. It's not it anyway. It's a trial account. Here, as we know, Snowflake using cloud service providers storage location to store our data, whatever data we are processing through the Snowflake. So that is the reason we are using any one of the top three cloud service providers like AWS, Azure, or Cloud, Google Cloud. We can select anyone. Now it won't give much difference for us. So you just select AWS or anything, whatever you are comfortable. If you are already using any services in your company with Azure or Google Cloud, you can select. It's up to you. It's nothing wrong. Okay. Now I am selecting Amazon Web Services. Now I am selecting region. Now regions are there. So AWS having regions across the globe in the where they have different data centers. So which is nearby for us. So just I'm picking that. Now I am close to Mumbai. So this is the nearest region. That is the reason I am selecting that. You can also select either you can select Asia Pacific Mumbai. So that's also fine. So it's up to you how you can take it. Okay. Now I'm selecting Asia Pacific Mumbai. Now this is the details we have to pass. So it is that's it. Once you create this account, so once you pass this detail, just get started. So just accept the agreement. So now get started. So automatically whatever mail ID you provided, one email ID it will trigger to your personal mail ID. So are you able to finish this step? You receive one mail ID to your personal ID. You just check your email IDs. So once you receive email ID, can you click on to the link whatever you received to your personal ID? So once you receive email ID, you need to click on to that link which received from the Snowflake. So it will ask you to reset your username and password. Once you log into your account, you can see this kind of URL. So are you able to access this URL, your own URL in your laptop? So here, if you see the URL, so this is a cloud based URL. You can access this. Just you need to remember this URL as well as your username and password. So you can access your cloud Snowflake database from anywhere in the world. We no need to access from your own mission. We no need to access from your own location. So it is with the help of active internet, we can access from anywhere. So whatever activities you are performing inside the database, all it will automatically it will available from the any location to access your cloud services. Okay. Now to understand this URL, so this is the account number. So this is the unique account number. So everybody having different account numbers based on the account you created. So this is a randomly one number it will create, and also it is having there is a AP Southeast one. So this is the region where you hosted your data. So my data is hosted in Asia Pacific Mumbai location. That is the reason that region information also included in URL. And also there is another point is it's a AWS. So this, if based on your account details, we can identify, yeah, this account is hosted on so and so region with this cloud service provider. That information is available in the URL itself. So your account number as well as your region and also as well as your cloud service provider dot snowflakecomputing.com. So this is the actual URL it's got generated. So if you even your case also you created hope you can see similar kind of URL on your account. So we got one URL. Now we are able to access our URL with the, so this is the, so it is how exactly looks like for everyone. So this is the Snowflake web user interface screen. So here you can see it's like it's exactly looks like how we are accessing some normal database. So how we are accessing Oracle, in the same way it is also looking having all the options as it is. So so if you quickly if you want to understand what are all the different options, how we are going to start from here. So here you can see the databases. So databases, it's nothing but it's a standard how we are having databases in Oracle or any database. So in the same way, we have option here databases. Okay. So here you can create your own database. So by default, Snowflake offering us to with the sample databases. So here if you see the sample databases, you can, yeah, what are all the different databases you can see on your screen. Snowflake sample data you can see, and util DB is there, and also you can see demo DB. So these are all the by default Snowflake offering us to create some databases. Already it's available. And also if you see, if you clearly notice, there is some databases showing on my screen. There is one database having one arrow mark coming inside. This is very, very important. We need to remember this point. So going forward, we'll discuss about what is this arrow mark indication. So that is coming inside your inbounding to your account. So are you able to see this arrow mark, right? Snowflake sample data. So Snowflake providing sample data in one of the database, just it is having different schemas. See, there is some lot of schemas available inside the database. So just to practice for your account. So Snowflake created some set of tables, set of schemas, set of data. So just to practice purpose, they provided everything. If you see the sizes of the different tables available in the TPCH SF10000, this is one of the schema already available, provided from the Snowflake. Now everybody having same data, so that is directly coming from Snowflake to practice. So if you see there is some data, see the sizes of the data. This is having 101.9 GB data. So 101, 1.7 TB data. So 500, 500 size. So almost all the most of the tables having around more than 100 GB size data. So this is 1.7 TB size. So just to practice with a bigger data, so Snowflake offering already some data is available on your schemas. So if you want to run your queries, if you want to test something, you can use this sample database instead of using your own. So this is how some data is already available in the sample Snowflake sample data for practice purpose. You can select any other one. So here this is having smaller size. So here SF001 having smaller size data. If you keep increase the schema name, so automatically you can see bigger size files inside the data. So if you want to start with smaller one, go with the sample one, and if you want to go with test with higher data like 1.7 or 2 TB data, you can use these schemas that is already available in our account. Okay, that is about databases. So here in databases, we can create your own databases instead of using readily available databases. So I will show you how to create. So here options are there. Create databases. So you can see there are too many options. Once you click onto the any database, so you can see these are all the tables, views, schemas, stages, file formats, sequences, pipes. So this there are too many objects available in Snowflake which we won't find in any other database. So each and every option having its a different meaning is having a lot of usage. So most of the people you heard about what is tables, it's available in everywhere. And also views also we know we can create views on top of tables. So and also schemas also there. Schema we can see if we have one database having multiple schemas, again schema having multiple database objects. Schemas also you can create. So there is some new things which we don't find. What is stage, what is file format, what is sequences, what is pipes, where we are going to use all these things in Snowflake, how it is useful. All those points we will discuss in our classes step by step. Okay, now just I'm giving brief idea about and high level on each and every option. So one by one we are going to use daily. Okay, now so just I'm moving to the databases. So next one is shares. So this is also one of the unique feature we don't find anywhere in the any other database. So basically it is used to provide your data, live data to someone which is in the different location or different place. So for that purpose we are using data sharing. We'll discuss whenever we are going to cover this topic in detail. We'll try to understand all the challenges what are all available in the data share. Okay, so this data marketplace is something which we are going to interact with some external tools. So that is also important. So we'll discuss it. Now next one is the warehouses. So this warehouses, it's basically it is kind of computation. So computation, how fast you want to execute your queries, how fast you want to, if your queries are taking 2 hours, how you can make sure that your queries are running little fast, whatever timelines. So for that we are using warehouses. Here we are creating your own warehouse. So these warehouses having different sizes. So small, X small, large. So like that we have different sizes of warehouses are there. So we can create, we can use warehouse as per your usage. So everything is a cost here. So whatever queries you are running, whatever scripts you are running, that is cost associated with that. So depends on the higher size you are using. Let's say you are using 1 credit per hour. This is small. So it will cost only 1 credit per hour, but the time it is taking for execution little high. And at the same time, if you are using small, medium, large, X large, 2x large, so if you select 4x larger size, in 1 hour itself it will consume 128 credits, but it's the highest computation. But in your trial account you are having 400 credits. If you are running 4 hours enter your amount got deducted. So that means even you have 30 days trial period, you completed with your 400 credits. So that is the reason. Depends on the size you are using in your Snowflake. You have to select that. So this one, it's if you are handling huge amount of data at that time only, even you are ready to lose your credits, you want to get the better performance. So at that time, we are going to use all these virtual warehouses. So we'll discuss in detail. So Snowflake, why Snowflake is more powerful? Only because of this virtual warehouse. So now we created our account as a standard. Whenever you selected your account as an enterprise or higher version, so there is a it's a again, warehouses having different topics. Single cluster warehouse, multi-cluster warehouse. So multi-cluster warehouse, it will work parallelly to execute your queries, so that it will speed up your queries. It will take very lesser time compared to any other. So this is where exactly we need to understand how Snowflake is different compared to any other databases. So we need to understand in little deep dive into what is uh, multi-cluster Snowflake virtual warehouse, single cluster warehouse. What are all the options? How Snowflake having this much powerful computation power? So all those points will discuss into this uh, multi-cluster warehouse. Okay. Now, so these are all things anyway we are going to discuss in detail. And the next one is a worksheets. So here worksheets is basically where we are creating your queries. So if you want to execute some, if you want to create database, if you want to create schema, or if you want to create a table, how we are doing in any other database, right? So all those things we are going to create through the worksheet. So here, this is the page where you can see my cursor. You can write all your queries like create uh, table, create DB. So like that, you can write all your queries. So it's automatically saved. So if you see, there are some n number of worksheets we can open here. So if you see, there are too many worksheets I created. So I ran these queries around 15-20 days back, whatever worksheets I created. All the data, it is available here. It is not deleted anything. See, these are all the queries written in around saved 3 weeks ago. That means around 20 days back we created. Still, I can see all my data. Once you create, we no need to save. It's automatically saved. Once you create your data, so you are working on different tasks. So you don't want to keep everything. Just you can create different worksheets, and you can give this name to the worksheet to avoid confusion. See here, I want to give name as a test my work, so something like that I can create. So this name is available, is law. We can identify this name. Whatever information you are storing here, that information is, it will be like that. Like that, you can create a number of worksheets, can practice related to that whatever name you are providing. So it will be available long time. Anytime, there is no period to expire this thing. As long as your account is active, so your data is also active into the worksheet. We don't need to take any backup here. Okay, in the same way, so we have worksheets. We are going to use worksheets for accessing Snowflake, to play with the Snowflake account, all these things. So we are using worksheet. So we'll come back to the worksheet. And next one is a history. So history is basically we are using to run your queries. So it is we want to verify whatever information you ran last sometime, last 1 week or whatever queries you ran. What is the, we want to see the execution status, how the whatever information you are passing to the database, how it is executing in background, where it is taking time. all that information. We can see how long it is taking time. That kind of tracking is available into the history tab. So you can see all the different queries. So different info, so you can search based on the different users, query tag, query ID, SQL sessions. There are two different ways of searching. So this information, it is all the information is available here. We'll come back and I will show you how we are going to use history in our regular basis. And also we have, there is a preview app. So here this one we anyway this is app we are not going to discuss much. And partner connect. So these are all, there is some ETL or reporting tools which we are going to, which is work with Snowflake. So those things I will show you any one or two from here. So I will explain you how we are going to connect with the partner connect tools and how we can use that. So there are some tools are available for a free version, so you can use that. So and there is a next one is a, you can see there is some community is available if you want to verify, view the Snowflake documentation. It's a very detailed documentation is available. If you want to go there, we have direct access from the help section. And also there is a community, huge amount of community built for Snowflake. You can sign up for the community. You can follow the discussions, and if you have anything, you can feel free to post there. So that Snowflake provide so all the details whatever we need. And there is another option here, download. So here if you click on to the download, there is some connectors, external connectors, which we are going to use along with the Snowflake. So now we are accessing our Snowflake with the web UI. So going forward, we are going to access with the command line. So that is having SnowSQL. And also if you want to connect to the Java application or ODBCs or Python connect components, if you want to write program Python to connect your account Snowflake. So all those things it is available. I will show you how to, now everybody having our own account. I will install Python. We'll use this Snowflake connector Python, and will access your account from the Python. So your respective account, how we can call the program to access your respective accounts, and it will play from the Python in data accessing whatever information. So all those things anyway we are going to discuss. And also there is a Node.js, Spark. There are different connectors are available. Snow CD is a, it's kind of CI/CD tools for DevOps related. So those are all things also available. But we are covering CLI clients and Python components. I will cover most of the our exercises. Okay, these are all things available. And so this is a help section. And also if you see, once you create your account, you just, there is a drop down here, just select the drop down. So here you can see the edition of which, what kind of edition you are using. So here if you see the details, standard, enterprise, and business critical. So which edition you are using, that information it is available here. It is a standard edition hosted in, but in your URL it is not available. This is a standard or enterprise. So from here only we need to get the details. So remaining all details is available. So here we have, if you want to, you already created password. If you want to change it, you can change it. Use the change password. So here you can see there is a switch role. There are different type of roles: account admin role, sysadmin role, public role, security admin, user admin role. So here by default, whenever you log into your account, it will show as a sysadmin role. So if you want to switch to any role, these are all the standard roles you'll get from the Snowflake. So whenever you are working for some organization, whenever you are working for some project, so there is a customized roles as per the project needs. That customized roles we can create ourselves, and you can access those roles. So if you want to create your own role, customized role for your organization, so let's say your organization wanted to implement Snowflake. So we have 10 employees. Out of that, one senior person is there. So out of 10 people, one person should take the responsibility to act as a account administrator for that particular account. So all the remaining people, they act like a developers. They don't have privileges to act as a account administrator. So this account administrator responsibility to create customized roles and provide permission, grant access to that customized roles, and just provide access to the users who are all the users part of the organization. All those things are managed by the administrators. So this administrator task is to create the customized roles and create the new users. Whenever new users onboarded into the project, their responsibility to add the users to access this account, whatever account company accessing. So all these tasks is going to created by the account administrator. So that's this here. We are all using trial version, but whenever you are working on some projects, at that time we don't see all these access for us. We don't get the account administrator. We don't get any access. We can see only public system admin access. Remaining all roles it won't available whenever you are accessing for your project. So as a developer, once you log into your account, if you have once account administrator provided customized role to your user, then only you can see that particular role to your account, or else you don't see that account. So what is that role contains? So Snowflake, it's all role based access. Everything is a role based access. So whatever role assigned to your particular user, you can have access only that set of information. So now we in your organization we have 10 databases. There are too much secured information is there. So all the employees, they don't have right to access all kind of data. That is the reason whatever role you created, whatever objects assigned to that role, that particular object information only access with the users. All those things it will manage through the account administrator. That information anyway I will show you how to create the customized roles, how to act grant permission to users. All those things I will explain you in our sessions practically. So now once you switch to the account administrator, you can see there are two other options enabled here. So one is the account option, another one is a notification option. So these two options, it's only privileged with the account administrator. There is no access for normal developers. See, there is some two other options enabled here. This is the account and also notification. Remaining all options you can see in any user. But so these two options, it's only enabled for the account administrator. So here notifications, you can see how the billing is going to happen for your account. That information it is automatically coming to the our Snowflake administrator. So all these things I told you, right? In account option here you can see you can create your own users. See, if you see there is some options here, users. So I want to create some new users, I can create. So now we are four people, each and every user, you no need to access your account. I can create different users, all different four users. So I can provide the same URL, whatever URL I am accessing. So I can share this URL. You can log in as a user, and I can grant the user. So automatically you can reset the password. You can access same account instead of creating multiple accounts separately. That is also we can do. So now it is anyway, it's a trial account. That's the reason we are working on our own URLs. So whenever you are working for the project, so this is for the same URL you are accessing with the different users. So each user having its own access to log into the respective account, they can log in and use that. So And also, as I told you, right, we are having customized roles. These are all the roles available from the Snowflake. So if you want to customize, if you want to create customized roles, at that time you can create the roles here, and then you can access that role to the users. These things you can discuss it whenever you're talking about roles and security management. So all these points is available here. Now I'm going back and going back to my normal users, this admin. So these are all very, very, whenever we are going for certification. So you can see these kind of basic questions also in the certification point of view. So what are all the different options available on the WebUI top screen? What are all the different options available when you switch to account administrator? So that kind of questions also we can see one or two questions, basic questions. Most of the people doing mistake, they already know, but they don't remember what are all the options are coming. So whenever you want to go for certification, keep remember all these points in your mind and try to observe what are all the options are coming onto the screen. That is very, very important. And one more thing here. So here you can see there are some each and every worksheet. So I told you, right, every worksheet we can keep our own name. So each and every worksheet having, if you see, there is some different options. If you see worksheet level options, select role, select warehouse, select database, and select schema. So these options we can set up based on the worksheet level. So if you just click on the drop down, so what role you want to use to run something on this worksheet, and what is the warehouse I want to use, and what is the database I want to use, what is the schema I want to use. So one time we have to set up these settings into the worksheet. Automatically every time we can use same thing. So each and every worksheet having its own settings. We no need. It's not like all the worksheets should have same set of settings how we are using for other. So you can worksheet level settings we can change. So this is worksheet level. So let's say in worksheet you are working with some database, another worksheet you are working on different database. All those things we can change based on the worksheet level. So once you set up the worksheet level settings, then you can start writing queries. You can start creating table, creating schema, creating database. Automatically, it's going to create onto the respective database or whatever we are using. So like that, we can quickly access our Snowflake trial account, and we start creating any database table schema. So you can create your own database. You try to create your own database, and you try to create your own schema, and try to create your own table, and see, are you able to creating, are you able to inserting data, are you facing any challenges. So this kind of creating, inserting, this is the standard ANSI sequels only. There is no something different. So this is insert into, select, all that information available. You can see the Snowflake documentation. So if you want, you can refer the documentation. You can directly access from here. So here documentation is it's a very nice documentation provided by the from the Snowflake. It's in detail explanation about each and every topic. So whenever you get time, start reading about documentation as well. So now we just covered about introduction. So here this is the home page for the documentation. So we no need to refer any other pages. Pages more than sufficient. It's a very simple way to create the instructions to log in your web interface. All those things are there. So if you have trial account, so all these steps whatever is mentioned here, we just did it. So in the same way we can try to create our command line interface. So we'll try to create our tables. Once you create it, there is another way of accessing SnowSQL. There is a command line interface. How to access command line interface, how to configure, and how to reuse command line. All those things we'll discuss in step by step. So this is what we are talking about. So here we can able to create your own database, create your own table, and create your own schema. We have different level of worksheets. Different level of worksheets. So we can, as I told you yesterday, we created worksheet, test my work. So here you can write your own, create your own database. So here we have worksheet level settings. Let's say I want to use worksheet with the role sysadmin. You can switch the role to anything from here also. Sysadmin role, and you have only one warehouse as of now. Compute WH warehouse is created by default, and database you want to use DemoDB, and you want to use schema public. This is the worksheet level settings you can set up. Now we want to create one database. We want to create one new database. Create database name. So any name we can create. So we can create Cloud Hill name we can use. This is the database I'm going to create. This is a simple command we are going to use to create your own database. So now we can create database name. So this is the, so we can just run this command. If you want to run this command, just select entire command and run it. So your database Cloud Hill DB successfully created. So you, instead of selecting entire query, just you can type on the same row, control enter. So control enter, you just type. You no need to select. Just I'm trying to run again. Control enter. So what will happen? So I got some error. That error is like object Cloud Hill DB already exists. That means just now we got created our database. You are trying to recreate same database name again. That is the reason it is showing object Cloud DB already exists. If you don't want to these kind of errors, so what we can do, create or replace. We can use like this. You want to replace, if it is new database, it will create. If the database want to delete and recreate at that time, it will use create or replace database name. It will recreate the database. So anything you can use. It's not only we have to use only create. So again you just type control enter. We no need to select and run. So database Cloud Hill DB successfully created. You just see the left side, you just refresh it. See, there is the one database got created, Cloud Hill DB. Once you create any database, you can see what date it got created and what time it got created. That information also we can see. You just keep your cursor on the database. So database Cloud Hill DB created on so and so time, owner, and all these details it is available here. And you just click on to the database. By default, will get two schemas inside database. So if you see the database, right, by default two schemas got created. So one is the information schema, second one is the public schema. Information schema and public schema, these are all the default schemas once you create the database in the Snowflake. So what is information schema and what is public, then we'll try to understand in detail. So information schema, just expand the information schema, what is there inside. See, there is lot of information available inside the information schema. There is no tables available in this schema. All the views are exist. See, there are a lot of views are exist. All these views are nothing but it's a metadata information about this particular database. Meta information. So this is metadata information. This is all about what are all the actions you are taking inside this particular database. All that information it is coming and loading into that particular metadata tables. We'll discuss in detail about what is metadata, what kind of information coming here. There is another schema that name called public schema. So this is the default schema. This is having empty information. So there is no tables or views in this schema. So by default, you will get a public schema. If you want to create your own schema, we can create it. If you want to use public schema, you can use it. By default, we'll get one schema named public. There we can just use the schema. So here, just if you want to now, if you see the worksheet level settings, you are in the system administrator. You are using one warehouse, compute warehouse, and this is the database you are using, and this is the default schema you are using. So if you want to switch to any schema, now as of now we have only public schema used to access. At that time, use schema, schema, use schema public. So that means it will instead of, we can either switch manually from here, or with the help of command also we can use the you can switch to the user schema, use schema public. So anyway, you are into public schema, that is automatically move to public schema. If you want to create your own schema, at that time how we can do, create schema name, cloud hill. So just for naming convention, I'm giving like this. So create schema name cloud hill underscore schema. So automatically, so here we'll get one schema got created inside the cloud hill DB. Now you can just refresh it. So you can see there is a user created schema got created, cloud hill schema. So under this schema, nothing is there. All the information is empty. Now here you can create your own. So if you want to switch to Cloud Hill schema, once you create the Cloud Hill schema, automatically it switch to Cloud Hill schema from the worksheet level settings. Now we no need to call use schema this Cloud Hill schema. So we can we can use this command anywhere you are in this in that particular schema. Here you can create your own tables. Now you are in your own database. Now you are in own schema. Now you are going to create your own tables inside the schema, like how you are creating tables in any other database. Create table name, test table one. So you can use any name, test table one of. Just I am giving syntax id int name varchar of 20. Just simple syntax I am giving. Simple syntax I'm giving. So you can able to create your table and schema. So this is how we can create your own table schema. So table test table one successfully got created. Now see here we got schemas. Just we can refresh it. So we created, just make sure that you are creating your objects exactly in the right path where you want to create. So that is the reason you want to select use schema options, or you want to select worksheet level settings properly, so that it will go and land into the exact database schema inside that tables. Now create table one. Now cloud hill DB schema. So this is the where we got created table. So now if you see the table information, all the details, it is clearly showing into the worksheet level itself. We no need to hit any query here. How many rows are the table, who is the owner of the table, and what time it got created. All the basic information, it is available into the here itself. So here you just, we no need to do, just we have to keep our cursor in that particular table name. All the details information available here. This is follow standard ANSI SQL standards. We are not going to use anything new. So how we are inserting data, insert into test table one values of 10 comma so let's say whatever name from any name. So it's just for understanding purpose. you are trying to insert values. Okay, so we got created two rows, so insert into table. So we inserted one data. Again, you just move, check your cursor here. So this one, it's not updated, it is showing 0. Just refresh here, there is one icon here, refresh. Just refresh it, automatically you can refresh your data. Now you can see there is a one row got created. You can see 512 bytes of data allocated, and also it is a one row. So if you want to fetch this data, you can simply keep your cursor on the table, right click on it, right click, preview data. So just there is an option, there is a three options, you'll get it: preview data, view details, place name in SQL. If you select place name in SQL, automatically you will get the details about your database name, schema name, and table name. All the details it is available. So this is what we'll get, all the details. So if you want to preview data on the table, just preview the data, automatically you can see whatever data available on the table that is showing in the screen below. So this, you got created ID, name, all this information, so we can see data directly from here. Or else if you want to run through the command, you can run the simple command, select star from. So what is the table name? Test underscore table 1. So again, control enter. So automatically it will give all the information from the table, whatever data is available in the table. So this is how we can do the simple operations, like how we are doing any traditional databases. Same way we can access Snowflake database, creating the tables and creating schemas and creating database. All that information we can do with the help of commands. We connected through the web interface. There is another way of connecting to the Snowflake using SnowSQL, that is the command line. So if you want to access that particular command line interface, what we need to do, we need to go to the help section. Just click on to the help section. There is a view the Snowflake documentation, community, and downloads. You just click on to the download section. Go to the downloads. Here you can see the all the connectors. Yes. Now we have different connectors: CLI client, JDBC driver, ODBC driver, Python components, Node.js driver, Spark connector. So all this information is available. Now what we are looking for command line interface, CLI client. Now you want to connect your Snowflake account through the command line. At that time, whether you want to use whatever operating system you are using. If you are using Mac or Windows or Linux, you can select this particular option. Now click on to this option. Now you can see there is some bootstrap folder got opened here. Now click on to the bootstrap. Now click on to the latest version. Here you can see there are different operating systems available. So either it is a Linux or it is a Windows or any other thing. Now we are using Linux or Windows, so you just most of the people using Windows, or if you for the respective operating system, you just click on it, Windows. Okay, click on it. Now I am using Windows operating system. So now here you can see there are the different versions: 1.2.8, 2.9. So you can pick onto the latest version. You can click onto the latest version operating system. So you just click on it, SnowSQL 1.2.9 Windows for 64-bit. You just click on it. Automatically you can see there is a one folder, one software getting downloaded in your machine. It is a 42 MB size. So you can also try to download this option parallelly. So it is taking some time. You can try to download and start installing this particular software on our computer. This is the command line interface, how we are connecting to the Snowflake. This is the another way of connecting to the Snowflake. So just I'm going to the command prompt. So here we can see, you can just type SnowSQL. So we need to install. So we already installed in my mission. That's the reason. So I can able to see directly. So I will show you these steps. So just whether your SnowSQL got installed in your laptop or not, we need to check with a simple command SnowSQL. So it will says your SnowSQL whether it's installed or not. So it is taking some time to fetch the detail. You can also try the same command in the command line and check whether SnowSQL got installed on your machine. Okay. Now once you download SnowSQL, so once you download the SnowSQL, so you just click onto the installation option. So just I'm trying to open that. So it's I already got installed. I'm trying to install it again. So see this page, it will come. Welcome to the Snowflake SnowSQL setup wizard. So setup wizard allow you to change the way Snowflake SQL features installed. So now just click on to the next. So here I already got created Snowflake on my mission. So Snowflake no errors. So just I'm clicking on the repair. So you don't get this option. All you guys are working first time. So I just I'm doing reinstalling it. So that's the reason I'm selecting repair. Now it is it's got created. The following applications are using files need to be uploaded by setup. So okay, close the application. Okay, so now you can see there is a it's got already installed on my mission. So I'm trying to do again. Now I'm restarting my application. Okay. I'll keep this screen. I don't want to close this screen. I will keep this screen as it is. Just I am going to minimize. So just I'm going back and again I'm going to the command prompt and we'll try to run the SnowSQL. We'll see what will happen. So now we created SnowSQL on particular location. So it's more, it's went to program files. So here you can find somewhere Snowflake SnowSQL. So this is SnowSQL path. Can you try to access SnowSQL from this path where it's got installed? So just type here cmd and try to run your SnowSQL. It's basically causing for environment variables. So you try to access from here, from the path program files SnowSQL, Snowflake SnowSQL. So this is one time, we no need to give our username and password every time. So we are setting up first time. That is the reason we are passing manually. So we have to configure. There is a one configuration file available in the program files. We can set up all our username, password, account details. Automatically, it will pick every time. So like that, we can configure all our settings in the config file. So how we can set up config files, how we can use all those things, we'll discuss about it. So you can see once you connect your password, you can see your username along with which warehouse you are using. So here by default, I configured everything in my config file. I can show you how to get automatically a default database schema also for you in the config file. So that is there in the config file. I will show you. Now here you can see you can switch to your own database. Use, so automatically it is coming. See whatever is there in the your. So it's prompted to Cloud Hill DB and it's went to the public schema. Use. Okay. Now we connected to. So if you want to see what are all the tables available, show tables. All so all that information it is showing. We have one table, whatever table information that is showing here. So we are trying to use a Snowflake from the web user interface, and also we are trying to access our Snowflake database through the command line. So yesterday we tried to download command line interface through, just we have to go through the downloads. Here you can see Snowflake repository. So here in the respective operating system, whatever we are using, we are just accessing. If you are using Windows, just we have to click it and it will show the latest version. We can download from here. Once we start installing everything, so you can see the command line. It's installed on your machine, and then we can start configuring. Then we'll start using SnowSQL from the command line. Just you can type the SnowSQL with the help of username, account name, and password. Whatever you have created through the trial version, that account you try to communicate through the command line. That is what we tried, and hope it's working for everyone. So yeah, now what we are trying to do. So every time it's not good to give the username and password. So it's better what we have to do. We have to configure it one time so that directly whenever you use, we have different connections. Let's say you are working on different projects. So we have one environment assigned for development, and one connection details is assigned for stage, and another is assigned for production. So we have three or four different environments, each and environment having its own connection details. So every time it's not good to have provide the details uh, here. So for that reason, we have to set up all the connection details in one of the configuration files. So there, if you call the connection name, automatically it will pick and connect to that particular environment. It will process your whatever activities you are doing. So that is a work generally we are doing, implementing in your real-time projects or real-time applications. How we can configure all these connection details, how we can set up different connection details, all those things we have to configure through the config file. So let's understand how we can do that. Okay, now, so everybody installed SnowSQL their missions. So if you where it's got by default, whenever you are installing, it's went to some path. So you can also try to you access this path. So it's went to the C drive, and also you can see there is a users, and also we have the as per the you have different users. So whether whatever user you are using, this is the user I'm using to install. And here you can see there is a one folder name called .snowsql. So you just click on this .snowsql, and then you can see there is some set of files available here. So here we need to click on to config. So you can see there is a file name is config. Just you have to open this file. You can open this file with the help of Notepad or Notepad plus plus or any other editors you have. Just you can right click on it, and you just simply edit this file. So edit with Notepad plus plus. Okay. So this is the place where you can have all the information you can keep for your command line interface instead of calling all your uh, connection details, all the parameters to the program, to the Snowflake. So you can keep all that information in the config file. So hope you are able to open your config file. We can see there is a different information available here. This is the connection details. So here these are all the connection details. It is available here, and also we can set up multiple connections. Let's say this is a connection one, and this is a connection two, like that. This is a development stage, production, like that. We can add a number of connections here. So let's say you want to connect to the multiple databases. So we have different databases using for different purpose. At that time, just you can use that set of database name and schema name inside that connection name. Whenever you call that connection, it's automatically it will go and connect to the particular database, and we can access it directly from the command line. So that is what we can do. So how we can configure and how we can do. So we have details here, like so let's say if you want to connect to the uh, so by default we can pass all the details. Let's see here. uh, Here you can see account name. So this is the account name. You can pause it for your account. So just simply add your account name here in the config file. And also it is asking region. So that region also you can get it from the Snowflake URL. You can pick that URL. And also respect to username. So this is my username I'm using. And what is the password? This is the password I'm using, snowflake at the rate 123. So so you pass it your respective passwords, usernames, and database name and schema name, whatever warehouse name. So these details you can pass for your connection. And at the same time, so if you want to set up connection details with the name, with the help of, you want to give one name for that connection, like dev connection, stage connection, pre-prod connection, prod connection, like that. You want to specify all these details. Yeah, we can encrypt your password here. So you can encrypt. So passwords basically, so from the token you can generate. So that passwords we can pass instead of passing direct passwords. So we can do that. Okay, but this config files, it's available in your respective servers. So should be accessible to the only a few people who are authorizing to that particular project. So in the same way here you can pass your connection details, connections under. This is a test. I am giving one of the test connection. So here I can use the whatever the account name and password. These are all default username and passwords I am giving. For the respective connection details you can pass it like that. So here I am giving connections dot stage. This is another connection. You want to use it for stage environment. So with the respective username, as of now we have only one account name. Whenever you are working for different projects, at that time you can see different URLs for each and every environment. So that is the just for example purpose. I am using same connection across different connections. So you can also try to add these config settings in your configuration file, and you try to configure it. So are you able to access config file? Can you please add quickly all the settings in your config file? Now, once you add all your config details and all these things, so now you go back to your command prompt. Go back to your command prompt, and now you already set up one connection here. See, there is a connection name. In the connections you are giving as a test as a connection. So this test contains your account name, username, and password. We don't need to give these details. Just if you want to test your connection, Snow SQL -c, and what is the connection name is the test. Okay, that's it. Let's see how it is going to happen. If you see this test connection, whatever settings I am passing as a account name, username, and password. So just it's try to log in into the account name, username, and password, but it's not selected any database. It is showing as a no database, no schema. So even you want to set up your connections with the help with the database name and schema name. At that time, you are passing your default settings as a you can pass database name and schema name also here in the connection settings. It will automatically take. So if you again if you want to use database name something like that, it is going we have to select, right? So even you don't want to take this step, so again what we can do is just come back. So control D is the command which you can come out from the SnowSQL. So here you are connecting to the one connection, but in the default also if you want to set up your connection, this is the default settings. Whatever settings you are providing here, these are all the default settings. These are not related to any connection. For the default setting, we don't need to set up anything. Just simply you can type SnowSQL. So it's automatically take you to the connection name, username, login name, database name, and password. All those things it will take it automatically. It will connect to the test db in the public schema. See now, whenever you connected to the SnowSQL, automatically it's connected to the test db and public schema. Whatever details you provided into the connect config details, it is taking directly to there. Just I'm changing my database, Cloud Hill DB I'm using. And now start using SnowSQL. Now see it is going to connect to the our Cloud Hill DB. Now you can see this connected to the Cloud Hill DB and public schema. So This is the how we can configure one time. We are not using it, just simply SnowSQL. As per the project needs, you can set up your connection. So automatically you can use whenever you type the command, it will go and connect to that particular database, and we can start using your tables and whatever information you are trying to access. Okay, this is the another step to configure your settings in the config file to avoid passing all the credentials every time. Now we are good to connect with the SnowSQL config details. So here, if you want to quickly refer your documentation available in the Snowflake, so you can quickly refer that. So this is the page where you can the whatever's what we are trying to achieve to the SnowSQL. So all the installation, config, everything is available here. All the different steps. So how we can install SnowSQL? It's we are using Windows, so there are this is related to Linux, and this is related to Windows. So it's all the information bundled together where whatever we are installing. So we no need to worry about all these different details, whatever different steps they provided here. It's all come up with our installation. Okay. So now this is the easy way to do that. So configure, now we are trying to configure your config file. So what are all the different settings we can configure? So all that information it is available in the documentation. So at this moment, this many steps is not required for us. So just we know how to configure for our account and how to access all these things. So if you want to access directly to the config file, so we can use from the Windows path. So like this also, it will directly take you to the SnowSQL path. Now we are good to go with the SnowSQL. So that just keep it available our SnowSQL whenever it is required. We'll try to use it back. We'll go back to the web browser. So here, web browser, we are good to whatever information we are trying to create databases schemas, that is information accessing through the SnowSQL. There is some other connector. So this is other connector. So just will try to quickly help you to understand how we can access Python also with the help of Snowflake. So now we need to connect Python programming through the Python programming, whatever information available in the Snowflake, how to interact your Snowflake account with the help of Python. That is also we'll try to understand. So now here we have Python components. So there is packages available to access your Snowflake with the Python. So this is the information where we need to where we need to use this particular package to access Snowflake with the Python. That is what they mentioned in the Python components. So for that, so we need to install Python. I will help you how to install Python on your computer. So I will give you some steps. You try to install Python, and we will try to set up our environment ready, so that we'll try to use these components to access our Python, our Snowflake account with the help of Python. So for that, we need any editor is so if you already you are aware of Python, you can use it the same editor, whatever you are aware of. So if you are completely new to Python and you are first time installing Python on your computer, so you can try to use basic editors which is available, like Sublime or PyCharm. So there are different editors are available. So we can use anyone which is easy to access. Okay. Now, so for installing Python, so you can go to, there is a python.org. this is a one-time activity we are not doing every time. So just to understand all the different uh, connections when before starting our Snowflake. So that's the reason we are trying to set up all the connections. So here, this is a page where you can get all the information related to Python. So this is the official website. So here there is the latest version available, download 3.9.1. So you can go to the download section. I recommend you to install 3.6 version instead of installing latest version 3.9. So sometimes it is getting problem to install latest version. So that is the reason. So just you can go through. There is a version here 3.9, 3.86, different versions are there. The here you can find 3.6 version. So this is the one. You can go with the latest version or any version. So you just simply click on the download. It's automatically download to your local computer, and then you start installing how you install in SnowSQL. So once you install the Python, so this information is available. You can install directly. So it is a very easy ways to do that process. Once you install Python on your computer, so what will happen? It's automatically it will show you. Just go to the command prompt. Just I'm coming out. Yeah, I'm using 3.7.6 version. So you can uh, download in downloads. So you don't find that view full with a full list of downloads. Here you can see, right? Here you can get the different versions, whatever version we want. So you just click on it, whatever you want. Okay. So yeah, you can go through 3.6 or 3.7 also, it will work. I'm using 3.7. So you can try with latest also, nothing wrong. But there is some challenges. That's the reason I'm using this version. You can try to download. Better to go to avoid any challenges. So better to go with the 3.6 or 3.7. So here you can see the download section. Are you able to download? So once you download and set up your connections, so you can it will hope you know how to do that. So let
Install.
me.
Yeah.
mm, So once you download and see that, once you complete your download and settings, you just come back to the command prompt and see the whether it's got installed or not. So just come to the command prompt, type Python on your command prompt. Here you can see the whatever version you downloaded. So you got that. So we have different download files. You can try to install here executable installer embedded. So we have different things, right? You can install this. Now We can use any version. So just I'm going through the Snowflake documentation related to Python. So if you quickly go refer this documentation, Snowflake connector will support Python requires 3.6, 3.7 or 3.8. So it will recommend to use all these three versions, or a higher versions about 3.6. It's compatible to use the Snowflake connectors. Now anyway we are using 3.6, 3.7 or higher versions. You don't need to worry about it. So how to install the Python packages and all these things. So here some information is there. Once you install the Python, so don't worry about all these things. This is Mac OS settings, so Linux settings. So this is so we just installed Python on your computer. It's basic. So now, so Python basically it is having a huge set of libraries. So if you want to use a Python with different cloud platforms, different domains. So at that time, we need to add some additional packages to use the Python. So for that, now we are trying to use Python with the Snowflake. For that, there is some separate connectors are available. So that is the connector, that information we got from the Snowflake page. Here you can see that information or from the Snowflake documentation. So here in the download section, help download section. So if you Python components, here you can see the connector which you want to use for your Snowflake with the Python programming. So this connector we have to use whenever you want to try some programming in the Python. So for that, we already installed Python, and we need to add some libraries to your Python, so that respective libraries add to your software, and it will work whenever you are trying to write some program. So now we are trying to write program with this. You want to try to connect with a Snowflake. That is the reason you are trying to add some modules related to Snowflake. Now you want to use with the Redshift. So at that time we need to get the related libraries related to Redshift, and we can use the similar kind of step. So then we can write a program. We can do operations, whatever you want to perform with the respective database. Let's say Oracle or Teradata, different databases. Each and every database, it's there is one connectors with the Python. So we have to identify that connectors. We want to add that connectors part of your programming, so that we can use in the Python program for the respective connectors. Okay, we have let's say you want to use programming with the AWS. So AWS having too many servers, you want to access AWS services in your Python. At that time there is a AWS having its own so if you can get the details from the Google. So AWS Python connector, like that we need to search. We'll get some information. So AWS having its own connector. So that name is called Boto. So we'll that connector name is Boto 3. How does Python integrate with AWS? So here we have to search for that respective connector. What is the respective name? So this is the name. So Boto 3 is the connector name. You can we need to install in Python, so that you can access all the AWS services through the Python. Like that, every cloud service or every database, it's having their own connectors. The same way we are using Snowflake for one of the connector. That name is called Snowflake connector. So we are using that connector. So what we are trying to do now, we are simply using that connector. See, there is a one command mentioned in the our Snowflake connector. So here, the download section, Python components, just there is a command pip install Snowflake connector Python. Just simply copy this particular module. You try to execute same module in the command prompt wherever your Python program is working. You just try to execute, try to pip install Snowflake connector Python. So it's automatically, it just install the respective modules related to Snowflake. It's add to your Python programming. So it's automatically See, you can also try this. See, it is coming error like requirement already satisfied. Why? Because I already did this step some time back. So that's the reason this requirement is already satisfied for me. You can, whenever you are doing first time, you can, it will add all the respective modules to your Python program. So you just run this command on your command prompt wherever your Python is running. So now you can see there is some additional packages it's going to add to your software. So this is a command we are running for your pip install Snowflake connector Python. We don't need to pass the version name, so it will work even if you don't need to pass the connection name. Once we install the Snowflake connection, now we are going to test our Python connection with the help of Snowflake, whatever connector we are using, whether this connector is working fine for us or not. So for that, we are using whatever program it is available in the Snowflake documentation. We are using same program. So just we are executing this program. So this is the program. It is available in the Snowflake. So here we are passing your respective account username. We have to remove this username with your respective account username, and we have to pass with the respective password, and also we have to pass the respective account name. Once you execute this program, it will show you the whatever version you are using, whatever Snowflake version you are using. Through the Python programming, we are connecting your all the connection details, and we can able to see the version of your Snowflake account. This is a simple program they provided in the Snowflake documentation. Same program we are trying to execute through the Python program. Now we are good to set up your Snowflake connector with the Python. Now our next job is to verify whatever installation we did, whatever connector we did. So with the help of whatever Snowflake account details we have, that details we are passing to the program Snowflake. Uh, so this is a connector we are using part of the program, and we are trying to use our Snowflake connection details to verify our version. So this program we are going to execute to verify all our connection details. So you can try this program in your if you have already knowledge. So you can try this. So this is Snowflake official website where we'll get all the details about what are what are all the different area new features they are going to cover. So there is Snowflake offering every month free sessions, live sessions. So you can explore all those options here where they are conducting, and if there is any use cases, all these things you can get information here. So if you want to quick start off, so here we can see there is a start for free. So just you can register here. So here it will take you to, you can follow me. So if you are new to do this process. So, so here this is the start your 30-day free trial account. So all the cloud applications, they are offering 30-day free trial versions. If we are talking about AWS, Azure, as well as GCP. So it's AWS offering 1 year, Azure also offering 6 months, GCP offering. So we can explore all the cloud services without any, so with free of cost, and we can play with all these integrate different cloud services with one by one. So there is some services which is a paid. So we need to make sure that whenever we are using those services, have to careful about it. So here we are getting 30-day free trial version, and also we are getting 400 credit worth free. So here you can register your name, email ID, company, so wherever country you are living. So it's immediately it will take you to, let's say I want to I want to register one name. So this is details, and then you go to, no, I don't want to set. If you want to get no notifications, you just click on it, continue. So here, if you see this, you can there is a options where we have different type of accounts in Snowflake. So basically, in Snowflake depends on the usage. We have different type of editions. So that is the basic standard edition, or enterprise edition, or business critical edition, or virtual private Snowflake. Total, we have four editions available in Snowflake. So if you, it depends on the edition you are using, will get the different features. So basically, most of the trial accounts we can go with either standard or enterprise. So we can see what are all the different features in standard, what we don't get in standard, why should we go for enterprise and higher versions. Those are all the different things we are going to learn one by one in our session. There is a, if you want to get that knowledge, you go to Snowflake editions page in documentation. So there you can see that chart, comparison chart between standard, enterprise, business critical, as well as VPS. So all these four editions you can get. So what, there are some HIPAA compliance, security. There are too many features which we can compare there. So now we are just starting. That's the reason we are going to use, either we can select the standard and enterprise. It won't give much difference. See, if you, they clearly mentioned here. So if you are taking the enterprise version, so you are getting all the features of standard, plus there is a features which we need to understand. What is the time travel? What is a multi-clustering warehouses? And what is material warehouse? So these features which we don't get in standard, that's the reason we are going to use in the enterprise version. So what is these are all the things we'll discuss whenever we are going to discuss that particular topic. But at this time we are going to use anything is fine. It won't cause any problem for us. Now we are going to discuss, we are, we are going to select enterprise. And then next one is, so if you see below, there is a cloud service provider. So we have three leading cloud service providers, that is the AWS, Azure, as well as Google. So here Snowflake basically it will use storing their data into any of these cloud service providers. It's either AWS S3 or Azure Blob Storage or GCP buckets. So Snowflake dependent on these cloud service providers to store their data. All the data, whatever we are running through the Snowflake query, it is going and landing into that respective servers in the cloud service providers. So if you, again, if you want to select AWS, so where you want to host your data, just to selected AWS. So here it is asking region. So these AWS servers are located across the globe in different regions. So here it is a US East, West, and Canada. There are different servers. Now I am close to Asia Pacific Mumbai. That is the reason I am selecting Asia Pacific. So this is the region AWS hosting my data. And if you are if you want to go to the Google Cloud platform, just select on it. Google Cloud having different regions. So if you want to see all the regions related to Google Cloud, as of now, Google Cloud having three regions: US Central, Europe West, and Europe East. So these are all the versions. So you can host any of these servers. And also at the same time, Microsoft Azure. So if you select the Microsoft Azure, it is having again different regions. So here, as of now, we have these are all the different regions. You can see for Azure, you can pick any one of these region. Now, nearest region is Southeast Asia. That's the reason I'm going to pick this. Now, anyone you can select where you want. Now, I'm going through the AWS. So you can, it's your wish how you want to take it. So now you just these are all the options we need to give whenever you are creating your account. Now you can start your account. So just you can simply click onto the get started. So get started. So automatically your account setup in progress. Your account setup in progress. So it is yeah, you are now signed up. So an email to activate your account has been sent to your respective mail ID, whatever mail ID you provided. So just you can check your email box and see what is the and see whether you receive the email or not. You just go through your email ID and check whether you have that email ID generated or not. Just I'm going to my Gmail ID. You can also go to your respective Gmail ID. So it is taking to activate. See, now you got one new link once you activate it. Here you see username, password, and confirm password. So here you can select whatever respective username. You can use your own name. So just I am giving as a SF learning. Anything is fine. So you can pass your own any password. Confirm your password. Okay, that's it. So SF learning and respective use password and confirm password. So yeah, it is going to log into your account. Just it's your wish whether you want to save it or not. So this is your first trial version account. So whenever you log into your account, this is how it will show. So here we need to understand a few points. So this unique URL got generated for your trial version account. This account having account ID. So this account ID is nothing but this is the account ID TT. So this is your unique account number for your account TT24379. This is your unique account number, and also you can see there is a region where you hosted your data. That information also available here. AP Southeast 1. So this is the region information we can see in the account number, and also which cloud service provider you are using to access your account. That is a AWS. Okay, these are all the options we selected for activating your account. That is the reason we are using all that information is available on your URL. So once you remember this URL, you can able to access your respective Snowflake account in any mission. So we no need to, here we are not installed anything. It's all completely controlled in the cloud. So any browser, any mission. So if you're traveling somewhere, you can access all this with the help of Snowflake login, username and password. You can play with this account from anywhere. Now once you log in, once you register for your account, so here there is a options how to run and how to connect to the partner connect, explore, all these things it is showing. So now we no need to anything, you just minimize your uh, you just click on to the minimize, and just you can, there are some different steps they are they are helping to access, and also you can close this, and also you can just here you just click on to the next. So here you're is showing to what are all the data you can see. Now This is your trial version account. So this is the Snowflake account as it is. I showed you before how we are accessing data. Same way you can see you can get your Snowflake account immediately. So it's just a 5 to 10 minutes job to get this account. So now here you can see there are what are all the different options available in Snowflake. So all the options we can explore one by one. So here we have databases. So if you see just here left side, it looks like exactly how we are having traditional database. In the same way, you can see all the options here. So here left side you can see database, demo DB, default database we got, Snowflake sample data, and util DB. These are all the different databases we got. And so you just click on to the demo DB. So here we have two default schemas we got. One is information schema, another one is a public schema. So information schema, it is holding all the information related to metadata tables. So whatever actions you are performing on that particular database, there is a respective views created in the information schema. So it's not required. We'll discuss whenever we are operating something on the database. Now public schema is the default schema. Here you don't have any tables or table information available. You can create your own tables inside public schema under DemoDB database. So by default, Snowflake provided this particular schema. And also we have another database name called Snowflake sample data. Here you can see there is one arrow mark coming inside. So that is so if you compare three databases, this database having one arrow mark bounding inside, that is called inbound. So something is coming inside to your account. So whenever you are creating your account, something is coming into inside your account. That is nothing but the so someone is sharing some information to your account. So by default, whoever created the Snowflake account, Snowflake sharing some database, that is Snowflake sample data for practice purpose. They are sharing this data. This is nothing but data sharing. They are simply sharing all the data to default accounts. So we have quickly we'll try to understand Snowflake architecture, and step by step we'll try to in architecture what are all the different options, so we can start understanding in deep little depth under with different features whatever we are working uh, day by day. So here most of the people already so here if you go and see the Snowflake architecture, just I'm going through uh, just a minute. So we no need to go anywhere. So we have detailed documentation available in the Snowflake. So this is more than learn all the concepts. So even you can see there are a lot of other websites you can get the details about Snowflake. But first preference always you can go with the Snowflake official documentation. So here very detailed and it's easy to understand everyone. So here basically whenever you are talking about Snowflake key concepts or architecture, so we have three layers of architecture. So here we have all the three layers are it will work independently. It's also we'll call it as a decoupling nature. So whenever you are trying to authenticate the account, so there is a layer that is called cloud service layer that will manage all your authentications and access details, all the security related information, everything managed through the Snowflake cloud service layer. So the main key components of Snowflake architecture is cloud service layer, query processing layer, that is it's basically we'll call it as a computation layer, and also it's a data storage layer. So it will all the way, so data process from the top to down. So here authentication and access control, mostly metadata, all the security aspects, all those things it will manage through the cloud services layer. Whenever you connect to the Snowflake account, whenever you create the table, whenever you perform something, so there are some metadata objects. So I showed you in each and every database we have metadata repository. So we are Snowflake utilizing metadata repository to store all the information related to metadata. So here we have in also we are discussing whenever we are talking about Snowflake web UI. So we can see there are some what warehouses. So uh, here this is a warehouse where we can use this warehouse for query processing. That is what they are talking into the this layer. This layer basically we are Snowflake using to process your data. So for processing is nothing but the computation. So if you want to process 100 TB or 100 GB data, Snowflake using benefits of virtual warehouse features that will process, uh, it will spin up and spin down, scale out. So we have dynamically it will take the action and it will perform and it will process your data as per need. So here we have different kind of warehouses. So whenever you are talking about warehouse, so we have to discuss too many points in warehouse, how warehouses we are going to create, and how it is going to help to compute a better way to get the better results and reduce the time. All those things which we are going to discuss in the virtual warehouses. So here it is again it's a different topic, virtual warehouses. We have to understand in depth about how we are going to create, how it is automatically spin up, how multi clusters is going to form. All those points we are going to discuss in the virtual warehouses whenever you are running the queries. So here automatically whenever see if you see the warehouses, all the by default will get one warehouse that is called compute underscore wh. This is the default warehouse. By default all the warehouses are in suspended status. If you see, automatically your warehouse is in suspended state. Why? Because unnecessary it won't charge any credits. So when if you don't run any queries, let's say 5 minutes or some 10 minutes, automatically your warehouse get into suspended status. So at that time, whenever it go to the suspended status, it won't charge anything. When it will go to the suspended status, if you are not running any scripts using this particular warehouse, at that time it will go suspended state. Whenever you hit any query in the your particular account, automatically that status it will change to resume. So it's auto start. We no need to start manually. It's automatically start running from the suspended state to resume status, and it will start billing calculation. So here very important points we need to remember are whenever you are talking about billing. Whenever virtual warehouse it's going to start, so whenever you hit some query in the Snowflake database, so Snowflake basically charge credits based on each and every second. So Snowflake billing always it's a based on second wise. Even you can see there is a per hour, so it will calculate for every second wise billing. Whenever you hit some query, whenever you hit some query using this particular warehouse, let's say I want to hit some query. I'm hitting one query, select star from test table. So let's run this. So it's ran something. So now you can go back and see the warehouses. You can see that is in the suspend resume status. So if you are using uh, compute warehouse and then you go to the virtual warehouse. So so this should be whenever you are hitting this particular warehouse. So it is not using. Let me do this. So let me insert some data. Yeah. So you are inserting some data. So now you go back and see the warehouses. Go to warehouse and see here this warehouse already started. So this is started automatically. Whenever hit something, it is started. If you don't run something in next 10 minutes, so this is all setting we are doing. So here we are, whenever we are creating some warehouse, so in 10 minutes it will go automatically suspended state. We no need to start manually. So that is the reason if you don't run in 10 minutes, again it will go to the suspended state. So there is we have different mechanism. If you keep running the warehouse, if once the warehouse it go to the suspended state, what will happen? What are the things we lose? So those points we'll discuss in little detail. So here your warehouse started. Now, as I told you, every second that billing is going to calculate what are all the queries running in your Snowflake. So first 1 minute. So very important points. We need to remember these points if you talk about certification, or it's very important. So whenever you start running your virtual warehouse for first 1 minute, so for first 1 minute, it will charge completely for first 1 minute. Even Snowflake virtual warehouse charging per second billing for first 1 minute, it will charge even if you are running 10 seconds, even if you are running 15 seconds, the total cost it is going to calculate for 1 minute. After 1 minute, it is going to calculate per second wise billing. Even if you simply restarting your virtual warehouse, you are losing lot of credits. Why? Because every 1 minute unnecessary you are paying credits to the company. So even if you are not utilizing properly, you are going to pay your credits. So that is the reason after 1 minute, whatever time it is running. So that is all calculated based on the second wise. Snowflake billing always it's a second wise, but for first 1 minute, it is going to calculate as a entire minute. After that, it is going to calculate per second. So here we can create a number of virtual warehouses as per your need. So here automatically once your Snowflake virtual warehouse gets suspended. So there are different level of information it is maintaining without touching to the storage layer. So let me go back to the architecture and come back here. See, whenever we are talking about storage layer, here whenever we are creating our Snowflake trial account, at that time we are hosting all our data into cloud service layer, that is called AWS S3 or Azure Blob or GCP buckets. That is where we are actually in the background Snowflake going and storing the data. So whenever you want to store information at first time, all the data it is going to travel across cloud service layer, and it is using some mechanism to insert data, and it is again going and hitting storing into the cloud service layer AWS S3. Let's say you stored 100 GB data. We have one of the table, that table size is 100 GB. First time whenever you are trying to hit your Snowflake table, it is traveling across all the layers: cloud service layer, query processing layer, and data storage layer. And then it is fetching information and it is showing to the user. That 100 GB data, it is traveling to the virtual, it is using virtual warehouses and also cloud storage. So cloud storage layer, it is whenever you are hitting cloud storage layer frequently, your unnecessary, your query execution time is going to increase. Why? Because it is traveling across all the layers. It is scanning data from the cloud storage layer and getting the information. So to avoid that, to avoid that frequent operations hitting your cloud storage layer, Snowflake virtual warehouse having capability to store some information up to some period of time. We can store information. So let's say 100 GB data, you are performing action every time with the data. Once you hit that data, it will come and store temporarily in the warehouse layer. That is virtual warehouse having capability to keep some information available instead of going and hitting every time to cloud storage layer. That is nothing but, so whenever cloud service layer uh, query this particular virtual warehouse layer have the capability to keep information available instead of hitting to the storage layer. So what kind of information this query virtual warehouse layer holding? Why? Because, so if you are not hitting to the storage layer, you are saving a lot of money, and also you are saving a lot of time also. It is kind of in memory. Immediately it is going to give the information instantaneously within seconds. Even first time you are scanning your 100 GB data, 23 minutes or 25 minutes, whenever you are hitting next time, it will take just seconds of time. Why? Because, so that is where Snowflake going to help us to give the better performance. So how Snowflake handling those kind of things in the background? So Snowflake, one of the layer that is called query processing layer, handling this kind of data, whatever data you are frequently performing, that information it is keep available. Whenever users hitting the data, automatically that information directly giving from the query processing layer instead of going to the storage layer. So this query processing layer, basically it's nothing but the virtual warehouse. It is having three different type of caches. So one is a metadata cache, and also result cache, and also storage cache. So we in Snowflake maintaining three different type of caches that is maintaining internally. So whenever we'll discuss in little detail about what are all the caches and how we are going to use when we are talking about virtual warehouse. So just we are trying to give the high level information or picture point of view. So these caches, it will help us to uh, give the better performance. So this Storage, we have three kind of caches: metadata cache, result cache, as well as storage cache. This result cache is nothing but the virtual warehouse cache. This information, whatever queries you are keep running in last 24 hours, all that information that will keep stored in the result cache that is available in the query processing layer. Automatically, it won't go back to the storage layer and get the information. So immediately, if you are performing frequent operations, production operations, every daily loads and all this kind of information, so Snowflake utilizing this cache result cache feature, so give, it won't take much time to perform. It won't take much time to scan all the data. It will just give the instantaneous results with the help of result cache. Whenever you suspend to the result cache, whenever you suspend to the virtual warehouse, now there are a lot of queries running on your Snowflake, and you forgot to, so your virtual warehouse suddenly suspended after 10 minutes. Whatever queries you ran, whatever the information gathered into the result cache, last 24 hours, last whatever information you gathered in the result cache, all the cache that is going to cleaned up once your virtual warehouse gets suspended. That is very, very important. So again, once your virtual warehouse gets suspended, automatically again it is going and hitting to the storage layer, grab all the information. That is, it's going to become completely empty. That won't be available. That is going to, again it is going to scan all the data across the storage layer, and it will grab the information and it will keep available into the result cache. So that is how we have different keywords we are going to understand whenever you are talking and hitting to the Snowflake. So we'll get more points in step by step. In high level, if you want to remember architecture point of view, we have three level of architectures. One is the cloud services, where we are managing all the authentications and metadata activities, and also query processing. It's basically a virtual warehouse. So here, this is the virtual warehouse. We'll discuss in detail. And also another layer is the data storage layer. So how you are storing data into the Snowflake, that is basically for external stages. That's either S3 or Azure Blob or Google Buckets. How we are accessing external stages. So that's what they we have three key components here. So here, whenever you get time, you just try to read these points. This is all uh, designed from the Snowflake documentation. So here, virtual warehouses, we have two types. One is as I told you, so whenever you go to the higher versions, we'll get enterprise or higher level. We'll get multi-cluster virtual warehouses. We have more options to compute your data parallelly. So, but whenever we are using standard accounts, even for trial accounts, at that time we don't get it's a we have single cluster warehouse, so we don't get the option that much options. So once you get proper hands-on, again we'll try to create another account with the enterprise version, and we can see better options in the Snowflake account. So basically query execution and computations, all those things it will handle through the virtual warehouse layer. So at that time, so we have virtual warehouses, how we can going to suspend, how we can reuse all those points in high level. We just got some idea. So here now what we can do, so with the help of we'll try to start using Snowflake tables and processing data and loading and unloading with the help of huge data sets, so that we can understand how we can integrate data from how we can use virtual warehouses, and also we can use different users, and we'll try to see how the things are happening, how we can see more options. Now, so basically now our next job is to create the, we are going to use integrate loading data into Snowflake tables. So here we have create table, insert. These are all the standard one by one records we are going to insert. So we are going to insert data with the help of cloud accounts. We have our data in AWS S3 or Google buckets. From there, we'll try to integrate data to load into Snowflake. So how we can use the virtual warehouses, and how you can use external stages to access your Snowflake account. So that is a step we can do. So for that, we should have, whenever you're trying to access any external stages, we should have cloud service account. Either it's a AWS account, or it's a Azure account, or it's a Google account. So simple way to get easy way, we have already Gmail accounts. We can quickly create your own Google Cloud account with a Gmail. So we'll get a 3 months free access. So we'll keep it available Google Cloud account, and we'll start using that account from for our next exercise. So how we can keep some files there, and we will try to integrate that files, and we'll load that files into Snowflake table and see how the things are happening. For that, we have data loading options. So uh, we have different data loading options. So whether that file is in the CSV file, or Avro file, or JSON file, whatever file formats, will directly bring process that files into Snowflake account using the Snowflake options. We'll discuss about how we are loading data into Snowflake, how we are going to, what are all the different ways to load data. So what are all the practices we have to load data. So far we discussed how we are going to use how we are going to use Snowflake, creating web account, and as well as interacting with SnowSQL, and also through Python. And we try to understand the architecture, what are all the different layers in Snowflake. Those are all the things we learned so far. And slowly we are going to move into how we are going to interact with the Snowflake better way. So what are all the different ways of loading, unloading data? What are all the different file formats we are using to load? And all those options we are going to explore one by one. So if you see the Snowflake documentation, so this is a direct documentation, it is available. So we have different ways of loading data. Just quickly I will go through the documentation homepage. So, and we'll jump into our practical session, how we are going to use Snowflake data loading best practices, and what are all the different approaches we are using. So here you just, if you want to access this documentation, so I always recommend you to start reading the documentation. So this documentation is available, it's directly. So if you want, I can give the link as well, quick URL, so you can access directly. So let me ping in the chat window. Okay. So Snowflake. Basically, what we understand so far is that Snowflake is also one kind of database, like Oracle, SQL Server, or Teradata, different other databases. So the architecture and the way they are going to implement this data loading process, unloading process, how effectively we are going to organize data whenever we are interacting with the Snowflake. Those are all the steps we are going to understand in detail in this topic. So here, basically, Snowflake hosting data having a very good integration with the cloud service layer. So basically, it's a AWS S3 or Azure Blob or Google Cloud. So any place, most of the companies generally, if you would understand the high level understanding about the any project, people who are migrating their data into Snowflake, so if they are migrating, we'll discuss in detail about the project architecture, all these things. But for a high level understanding, so if you want to migrate data from Oracle to Snowflake and SQL Server to Snowflake, any on-prem database to Snowflake, first they will keep the set of files into, instead of loading directly into Snowflake tables, so we are using, there is an intermediate layer, that is a stage. So that is the layer keep the any of the cloud services. So if your company already involving with other tools in the particular cloud service provider, so they are using the same source to keep the files which is coming from the source systems. Let's say Oracle, the set of files are coming, that files are we are keeping into the AWS S3 buckets. From there, we are pumping all the data. It's easy process to load data into the Snowflake. So AWS S3, we keep all the files. We can take the files directly with the help of Snowflake features, and we can grab all the files and keep into Snowflake stage. From here, we are going to apply some transformations. Once we get the files into Snowflake stage, and we are applying ELT or ETL transformations, or we can keep the data into data warehousing layer. So that is the one of the way that we can implement Snowflake data loading process. The same way, either we are using Azure services or we are using Google Cloud services. So Azure also directly data whatever coming from the on-prem databases, that is coming, that is we are going to keep into the Azure blob. From there again we are applying, it's easy for us to access data from Azure blob. We keep that data into Snowflake table. So then again, if you want to apply some transformations, we are talking about Azure. At that time, they are going to use any Azure Data Factory or some other Azure services to handle data in one by one layer. So that is in the different companies, the way they are implementing in different with the help of different set of tools. But for we are going to understand how we are going to use this data loading process in the Snowflake. What are all the different features and different benefits we are using Snowflake to load data into Snowflake tables. So here, if you want to understand loading data into Snowflake, so there are different set of files is available. The file format of the files is Snowflake supporting as of now 6 different type of file formats. So we can see that list of file formats in the Snowflake web UI. So what kind of file you are processing, that kind of file, that kind of format we have to select. So basically, it's is one of the feature in Snowflake is it's easy to handle semi-structured data with the help of Snowflake features. So whatever data it is coming from the source systems like a JSON or a different file formats. So Snowflake, it's easy to store the data into Snowflake tables, and it is an easy process to convert that semi-structured data to structured data. So that is the reason Snowflake is also having little advantages compared to other databases. So we will discuss that point, that kind of conversions also in the data loading process. So here, for quickly, if you want to, if you understand the data loading process, mainly there are different approaches to load data into Snowflake tables. So here, if you see, there are bulk loading process. So this is the one of the way we are using copy command. Copy command is used to load data as it is. If you have some huge amount of millions of data is available in somewhere in the cloud location or somewhere, so that you can simply with the help of copy command all the data will bring into the Snowflake table. That is one of the approach we are using, that is called bulk loading approach. So we are using with the help of copy command. So we'll discuss how we are going to use copy command, so in going forward. And also there is a continuous loading process. So this is the date loading continuously using Snowpipe. This is one of the another important feature in Snowflake. Whatever files are coming directly coming into the Snowflake cloud services, let's say today you are running 10 every day you are expecting 20 set of files from the source system. So all the files it's expecting around 10 a.m. PST. So that files it is going and landing into the AWS S3 or whatever cloud service storage layer you are using. So your job it's keep monitoring whenever files are arriving. It's automatically it is going to pull the data and process the data into Snowflake tables. So that is automation process will build in the with the help of Snowpipe. So Snowpipe is a kind of continuous loading process. Every hour we are getting some few set of files. Snowpipe will keep monitoring data into the cloud, AWS S3 or whatever Azure Blob or wherever. So it's keep monitoring and once file arrive into that particular path, automatically it will pull the data and will apply some basic transformations before loading data into Snowflake tables. So that is another way of implementing loading data using continuous data loading process. So we are using either bulk loading approach, which is we can use, and also continuous data loading approach we are using the help of Snowpipe. So all those things we need to, it is a one-time implementations, one-time setup, integration, all these things. So that process it's going to take care automatically whenever files are coming. So if there is any minor transformations we need to change, at that time we have to change the logic, or else we can keep it's a one-time process, automatically it is going to continue as it is. So and there is another approach. So basic loading data with the help of web interface. So basic instructions for loading limited amount of data using web interface. Even through the web interface also we have direct options to load data from your local or with the help of cloud service, cloud buckets. So here we'll go with one by one. First we'll try to understand how we are already having good better knowledge on web interface, how we are what are all the different steps available in web interface. So we'll try to start with the web interface and slowly we'll jump into bulk loading approach, and then we'll jump into loading continuously using Snowpipe. All these things we'll implement practically in our session one by one. So that we'll get understand how we are going to use all these features. Okay, so first we'll try to use a web user interface. So let's go to this page quickly, and it is having some information, and we'll jump into our web UI and we'll try to load some sample data. So we have Snowflake web interface having some set of options available. What are all the different options and how we are going to use all those options? They explain clearly in one by one. So same thing we'll try to implement with the help of web UI options. Okay, some set of options are there. So we'll try to implement practically these options in the web UI. So we have different ways of using say even SnowSQL also we can use to load files. So and also bulk loading approach, copy command, that these are all the one by one we'll try to even we can use NoSQL and we'll try to load some set of files, so that we'll get proper understanding on each and everything. Now I'm just moving to our Snowflake document web UI. So this is the page where we are going to interact with the Snowflake. So just I'm taking new sheet to avoid confusion. So this is the empty sheet we are using. So now we have already some database, or else you want to create your own database, you can create your own database also. You can create your own database, you can create your own schema, and you can create your own table and try to process your data. Now we have already some set of databases, but we are using a completely new type. Just will try to create your own database. Create database. So let's I have some set of sample files that is related to COVID-19 data. So COVID data is there. Just I'm going to create the database. If your database is already available, if you want to you replace, you can use create or replace. So that if it is available, it will just delete and recreate the database. So it is not there, but just I'm using this command for your understanding. Okay, run this. So database COVID-19 successfully got created. So automatically once you create the database, it is assigning COVID-19 database for this worksheet. So here we are not able to see any database. You just refresh it. Yeah, now you can see this database and what time it's got created, who got created, all this information it is there. Now you just expand this so we can see only information schema and public. Now you want to create your own schema. So, by default, automatically it's mapped to COVID-19. So manually, if you want to use the particular database, you can call this command: use database COVID-19, so that it will map to that particular database for this worksheet. So by default, it's mapped, but just for your understanding, I'm using that command. And next, try to use create schema. So it's already under COVID-19. It will go and create a schema into COVID-19 database, COVID-19 schema. So create schema COVID-19. So even you can use for schema also, we can create same thing, create or replace. So if it is already there, it will create, delete and replace. Now just control enter so that you can see this COVID-19 schema. It is available into this database. So here it is don't have any information. This is completely there is no tables, nothing is there. So here now we want to create your own table. So we have one sample COVID-19 data set is available, and that data set having some set of tables. We'll try to use same thing. Let me open that data sets. Okay. So these are all the different details available for one of the COVID-19 data. So data set. So we can try to use one of the data sets from here. We can use one of the table. So I can use this JHU COVID-19. So just run it. So you can, yeah, this table successfully got created. So this is having some data, country, region, province, state, and country, and different set of information. So all that information, even if you see that test file, this is the test file, is having some 100 records. So country, region, province, state. So this is the actual data. It is having around 100 records. This is in the form of CSV file format with a comma separated value. This is the data we are having. Now our table got created. Now just refresh it. So this is the data. You can see all that information here itself. It is having 0 rows, and whatever time it's got created, all the details it is available. Now we are trying to load data through the web UI. So just go to the database. So we created COVID-19 database, and this is the schema. and these are all the data columns and everything. So here in Snowflake, what is the advantages? Even you can write description for each and every column in the table itself. So here, if you see, you can write so country, region, what is the information. So that information also we can maintain in the comment section. So here, if you see, there is a the option. Now we are under databases COVID-19, and also it's one of the table we created, JHU COVID-19. Now there is an option, you can see load table. So this is the option, just select that. We are loading manually through the web UI. So this option we can find inside databases under the table. Just select this. Now we have, if you see this particular page, so you may need to remember all these options whenever so basically if you are trying for course certification, they may ask you some little basic questions, but it is sometimes you do mistake. What are all the different options available whenever you are loading data from the Snowflake web UI wizard? So they will ask, so what we have: tables, schemas, stages, file format, sequences, right? So these area also we need to remember what are all the options available. So this kind of simple basic questions also sometimes it will come. Okay. Now here uh, so views, schemas, stages, will come back to the stages. Now we are loading from the web UI. So this is the file formats are very important. Now we are trying to load data from Snowflake local from the local computer to Snowflake table. That whatever file they are having is a comma delimited file. That is a CSV file. So whenever you are trying to load data from anything from local or cloud services, at that time we should Snowflake should understand what kind of file format you are using to load data into Snowflake table. For that, we need to create one file format, and then we need to load data. So here we don't have any file formats. Now we know we are trying to load data as a CSV file, and we need to load that data. Now, so just click on to the file formats. So here we can see there is one option, create. Just select the create option. So you can see one option, one new window it will open. So here it will ask you to create one file format with the help of different settings. What kind of file you are trying to load? So what are all the options we need to consider whenever we are loading data into Snowflake? See here, you can view this file format name anything as per your convenience. Test CSV load or anything. Just I am giving for understanding. Test CSV load. That is the name I am giving. And these file formats are completely belongs to the schema where we are working. So here we are working on particular database and different schemas. So in this particular database we have two schemas, so we can select which schema you want to use. Now this is dedicatedly for this particular schema. And then here if you see the format type, so we have different format Snowflake support as of now. So see, these are all the file formats Snowflake support as of now. So here CSV, JSON, XML, Avro, ORC, Pocket. So all these file formats, any kind of file coming in this format, Snowflake easy to load data into Snowflake tables. Even it is a semi-structure also. It's directly bring the data, load data into Snowflake tables. So it won't worry about it is a semi-structured data, but we need to call out clearly which format of file you are getting from the source systems. Now here we are having CSV. If you just select CSV, we have different set of options. So we have compression method, column separator, or a row separator, header lines to skip. So these are all the ETL options generally whenever you are loading data from one place to another place. we are giving some basic set of transformations. So all that information that is directly we are passing to the file format. So field optionally enclose null string, escape character, so date format, timestamp format. So whenever you are dealing timestamp and date formats, at that time we can set up all those things in the file format level settings. So here, if you select this is a CSV options. If you select something JSON, so let's say your source is a not CSV, but it is a JSON file format. At that time, let's select the JSON as a file format. See, automatically all the options are changed to related to JSON file format. So we want to enable the octal values, or we need to allow duplicates, or strip outer array. So these are all the settings. We need to ignore the UTF-8 errors. All those things we have to, based on the options you are enabling. So it is going to act accordingly onto the file which is coming from the source. So here, and also if you select XML, that is having almost equal settings related to JSON. So Avro having don't have any much settings, and ORC also don't have, and Parquet don't have. So if you have, if you worked on any time on these files, other file formats other than CSV and JSON, you just try to get those files and you can do same exercise, loading data into Snowflake table and see the challenges, what kind of challenges you are facing. Now, so here we know this is a comma separated data. So this is the data we are trying to load. So we are all having some data values, and this first row is also header is there. Just to try to skip this header. Now file format we selected as a CSV. So compression is the auto compression. So GG for different formats. As of now, I am keeping the auto. So this is the column separator is a comma. So you can use sometimes your data is in the vertical bar tab, or if there is any separator which is not there, so you can use other and give some hash something, whatever separator you're having. So you can select your own. Now we know this is a comma separated value. So row separator is the new line. So and header lines to skip. Now we have header is there. We don't want to consider that header. So that is the reason you just give as a one. So we need, it will skip one row and it will try to process rest of the rows. And field optionally enclosed as none. So now you go with the default settings as of now, and now create your own file format. Okay, so we don't touch any other thing as of now. You create test CSV load, it just finish it. So even so in the background, whatever actions you are taking, so in the background it is going to generate one SQL. Even we can do create file format with the help of SQL command also. But from web UI, we almost all the options simplified. We no need to write SQL for it. So you can see in the below show SQL, there is one option is there. So this option basically it will create whatever options you selected. In the background, it create one SQL statement. Now just select the show SQL. Okay. So this is the what exactly how you are writing the statement, create statement for creating the file format. So this statement you can create manually also. So if you don't have WebUI options to create the file format, so you can create your file formats with the help of SnowSQL, or any other ways. So the syntax is very simple. So create file format. This is the database name, schema name, and whatever name you are selecting, and what kind of file it is. Type is CSV. So whatever options we are giving there, all the options coming here, and it is taking as a space separator. So field separator, field delimiter, record delimiter, skip header, field optionally enclosed. So same thing you can run through the web UI also. Just copy it, and so now I am just finishing this, finish it. No, you created your file format. So now you go to the worksheets. Even you can write that particular file format manually here. So this is you can execute if you know how to create file format through the SQL command. You can execute from the your web worksheet level also. So here you can execute, so that you can what are all the options you want to give. This is kind of an SQL statement you can run directly from here. So it's up to you how you can do that, but we have direct options in web UI, so we don't need to write it manually. Now we created file format. Go back to your Snowflake. See, there is a file format. Even once you create the file format, you can able to edit your file format. So you created file format. Now you want to edit this file format. You just simply edit this. You can change the settings according to, maybe today you thought to, you want to use same file format. It is coming as a comma separator. Tomorrow it's coming as a pipe separator. So you can go to the file format settings and you can change settings according to your how you want to access these files. So that is okay. Now you created so this file format is already available. Now in the same schema you can create CSV, JSON, Avro, different type of file formats. So for set of files you can use this file format. For other set of files you can use other file format name. You are using your own name, so you can call that name whenever you are using the data loading process, and you can load data into table. Now so now here we are having tables, views, schema, stages, file formats. So this is, we are not going to use anything. Now go back to the tables. Now you created our own file format and go to the load table wizard. So just select this option. Yeah, you can see there is some new window pop up here. So here we are seeing four options. One is the warehouse, another one is the source files, file format, and load options. So if you want to load data from any source system to Snowflake, so first thing is we should have proper warehouse allocated to this. Now we have one default warehouse allocated, that is called compute underscore warehouse. So now everyone having compute underscore warehouse, so we didn't create any customized warehouses. Now we can use whatever it is available. Now go to the next option, select next. Now if you see the option here, source files, so here you are getting two options. One is you are getting data from your local computer, another one is getting from the external stage. See, now we are trying to load data from the local computer. That is the reason we are going to select this. If you select second option, load files from external stage, just simply click on it. See, it is going to ask some stage details and path details. So what is the meaning for this is, external stage means we have files available in cloud services like S3, Azure, or GCP buckets. So sometimes if you want to get files from there, you want to load, at that time we are going to use this option, stage and path. So this point we are coming in next class. Now we are trying to load data from your local computer. So for that we need to create the stages, we need to create paths. There are some different things are there. We'll discuss one by one. Now first we are trying to load data from the load files from your local computer. Now select this. Select files. So select files. Now if you want to load multiple files at the same time or single file, now we have only one file. So just select this particular file. Go with the JHU19. So just select this file. Okay, this is having 8.4 KB size. So whatever time it's modified, just we pick that. Now we selected the source files. and go to the next option. Now, so here, this is the file format, what we are talking just now. Uh, File format is basically, this file is as a CSV file. And here, if you create multiple file formats like CSV load or JSON load or Avro, whatever it is, so you can select in dropdown, you can see all the file formats, whatever are available to load data for this particular file. So whatever you already created, all those lists it will show here. Now, as of now, we created only one file format, test CSV load. This is the file format it is created. So if you don't create file format, from this step also you can create your own file format. See here, there is an option plus here. Now, just simply select plus. See, it's automatically taking to create the file format. So even before loading this process, we can create the file format, or it's in the process also we can create dynamically file format if you don't find suitable file format. Now here, okay, now you see here file format already created. Now I'm going to select the next option, go to the next. So this is the data loading options. We have different type of loading options. So we don't know. So we already we thought some data is coming from the file, and we thought all the files having valid data, and it is going to load data into Snowflake table. But out of 100 records, whatever data is coming from the source, maybe your data type having something, it is trying to get something it's not in our control. So there is some issue with the data. At that time, how you want to take that step? Whether if you have 100 records, out of 100 records and around 5 or 10 records having some issue, let's say your data is not correct, so you have integer data type, but you are getting character data inside that column. So that Snowflake won't entertain to load data, right? But you are expecting values 1 2 3, but you are getting name something like Snowflake or whatever characters. So that is kind of unexpected data coming. And also there is a timestamp also wrong formats are coming. There are different ways of getting unexpected data from the source files at that time. So you want to load only valid data, or you want to load if you have any issue in the file, you want me to ignore all data instead of loading, or you want to load only valid data, or how you want to take all those steps we are going to pause here. So do not load. What should the data do if the encounters any error while parsing a file? Do not load any data. So if you don't want to load anything, so it won't load. Stop loading and roll back and return the error. So stop immediately whenever you are getting error, and just roll back. And do not load any data in the file if the error count exceeds. Even you can keep the error count. So let's say if you are having 5 errors in the file, if it is exceeds that, let's say 2 errors, just ignore. So if you can keep the threshold, if it is crossing 2 or 3, then you can stop loading process. Like that, we can keep the threshold, and also continue loading with valid data from the file. Whatever valid data is there, just load the data. So that is also, we have all the different options are available whenever you are loading data from the different source files. Same process, we can use it for all 6 type of files, either it is a JSON or Avro, whatever it is, all the file formats it will take same. Now just see, we have some sample data, we don't know what will happen. We'll see, we'll try to load the data, we'll see whether we are going to load all the data or not. Just simply select load data. So it is trying to load data, encrypted files, staging files. Yeah, successfully we are parsing all the valid data, and we are loading. We From the source 100 files are coming. That all 100 files are loaded successfully without any error. Now click on OK. We'll see. Maybe we are loading first time. In going forward, we'll try to keep some error files, and we'll see how it is going to ignore those files and where we can see those error files. All that information we'll do step by step. Now we are going with the valid file. So okay, now we successfully loaded data into table JHU COVID-19. Go back to the worksheets and see there is a here JHU COVID-19, it is showing empty. Just refresh this. Here there is a refresh option, and now see there is a 100 records got loaded. If you want to see all the records, just select star from. So if you want to select this table, simply double click on this table. So automatically that complete set of COVID-19 schema, JHU9 entire data table name, it will come. Now control enter. Okay, see whatever data is there. So all the country, region, province, state, country, fifth, state. So all that information, whatever is the entire data got loaded in this table. We can see that data available here in the Snowflake table. So this is how we can load all the data directly from the CSV files from your local computer. So uh, even if it is 100 records, now we can able to load 1 million records or whatever bigger size file. It will simply it is load data within seconds of time. So that is all the options it is available. So this is the one of the way we can load data. Same thing we can do with the copy commands. We can do with the snowpipe. So using data into keeping data into cloud. Now we have different ways of loading data into Snowflake. So as we discussed, so we can load data with the help of web UI options. So with the help of web UI, we can directly load data into Snowflake using the file format options, and we can load. Now, so whenever we are trying to load data from web UI, so there is a limitation of we have larger files. So if we have larger file, let's say we have huge amount of data, it is having some GBs or GBs of size. At that time, so there is a problem with loading data through web UI. So web UI basically there is a lot of factors involved, your system performance. So it will take, we can't measure how much time it is taking. So that's the reason. So web UI is not the right option to load, and also there is a limitation of loading data from web UI. So it will load, it will take only maximum 50 MB size file. So more than that, it is it won't take, and it will throw error. So even yesterday we tried a small size file. If you are trying to upload file more than 50 MB size at that time, so there is a problem of getting error to upload and load data into Snowflake table. So for that, so we have different ways of loading data into Snowflake table. That is one of the option web UI. And now we'll try to load data through some other options, whatever options we have available in the Snowflake. Now, if you see databases, so quickly I will go through the whatever database we created. So yesterday we created COVID-19 database. So here, this is the COVID-19, this is the schema we got created. So under this schema, we created tables, views, schemas, stages, file formats, everything. So here we created one of the file format and we try to load data again. So we already loaded data yesterday. Again, we'll try to do same process again. Let's see what will happen. Yesterday we already did. So quickly we'll try to load data. So we are using compute underscore warehouse. This is a virtual warehouse we are using to load. See here, whenever you are picking source files, we are having two options. One is used to pick data from your local computer, and another one is a external stage. So now we already tried this option. So we'll try to do this option, how to load data from the external stage. So we'll come back to this point after loading again same file whatever we loaded, and we'll try to use a external loading. See, now go to select the files, whatever files you selected. So go to desktop, wherever we have files, test files here. So this is the file we got loaded. Let's quickly pick that again. So this is here, you can see this is a 8.4 KB size file. And now you just move on to the next. And this is the file format we have. We are trying to load CSV file. So just this CSV load and then go to the next option. Continue loading valid data for the file. Just load it. So all the files on again, all the data got loaded. Now, if you see the table, so what is the table here? GHU COVID-19 table. So quickly you go to here and you can see there is a 200 records got loaded into the table. So that this is what we did yesterday. Now we'll try to understand. We know the basic steps how to process the sample files from the local and loading the into Snowflake. Now we'll go to we'll try to understand how to load data from the external stages. That means buckets, which is in the cloud location. So that bucket is in either it's in the Google Cloud, or it's a AWS Cloud, or it's a Azure Cloud. So there is already some files already staged, already someone kept to access those files, and we can load those files into Snowflake table. Or else you want to create your own storage account in the cloud, and you want to keep some files there, and you want to process those files into your Snowflake account. How we can integrate your Snowflake account with the any of the cloud service provider. So whenever you want to keep your files into the some stage, so it is in the cloud, that is called external stage. So we have different stages, external stage and internal stage. We'll try to understand what is external stage and how we can keep the files and how we can access those files from the external stage, and how we can process those files into Snowflake. So those are all the steps we'll discuss now. Now we have everyone having our own trial version Snowflake account. Now we have, I already shared email ID on attachment. So please take that email and download that. So that is the hands-on guide how we can use Google Storage Cloud, how we can access. There is some set of 100 files already placed in the Google Cloud account. So it's a open, someone gave public access to that files for our practice purpose. So we can access those files which is already staged in the Google Cloud bucket. We can pull those files into our Snowflake account, and we can process those files into Snowflake. So how we are going to do these steps, we can execute step by step. We have to understand two additional things here. One is how to integrate your trial version Snowflake account with cloud account, whether it is a GCP account, whether it is a AWS, or it's a Azure. How to integrate that? That is the additional step we need to learn. And how to create the stage object in the Snowflake, and how to access those stage object files into Snowflake. So these two additional steps we are going to learn, part of our process. Now as it is, we try to get the file from local. Now we are not directly, we are dumping that file into table. So instead of that, some set of files into the cloud, that files will try to keep it in the some stage in the Snowflake, and then we'll try to load those files into Snowflake table. So that is the exercise we are going to do now. Okay. Now quickly move on to that documentation. So I already shared, I'm going to present that now. Now, I'm choosing the new tab just for understanding. I can keep that tab name as just for our understanding purpose. Google Cloud Storage Data Load, external stage. So we can keep any name, just for understanding purpose, I am keeping that name. So this name just to differentiate for our what practices we are doing every day. So for that purpose, we are keeping. Now here, just I am going back to the quickly Snowflake documentation, and then I'm going to do that process. See, as we discussed yesterday, let me quickly go back to the data loading process. Even you can refer this documentation for reference. See here, we have already external stages and internal stages. So now we are talking about how we are going to access external stages in the Snowflake. So this is a section we are going to discuss now. So loading data for any of the following cloud storage is supported. Any of these three, either it is Amazon S3 or Google Cloud or Azure. How we are going to do this process, how we are executing these things. So we are going step by step. So they already provided some information. So whenever you get time, you just go through that. So same thing we are implementing practically in our exercise. Now I'm going through the documentation, whatever I shared. So it is 58-page documentation. Now, so there is a lot of steps which is there we already covered in our previous sessions. So we are going to cover additional steps which is not covered. Now, see here, just I'm going through this document quickly, whatever we covered. So and then after that we'll try to jump into our loading process. So here they provided clearly how to create the trial account and all these things. We already created trial account. So here, if you want for this exercise, how you can set up your lab environment, all that information they provided here. And so here, how to create the trial account from the web interface, all those things, it's already you already gone through. And what is the worksheets, how we can create the database, and how you can create the virtual warehouse. So that is also we are having. We can see all these things in our account. How to access worksheets. So all this information is also there, and how to uh, load data. So here also you can see directly there is an option, data loading option. So in the worksheet level itself, so just observe this step clearly, it was not covered. So there is a directly we can load data from the web way. No need to go to the databases schemas. So we will get option directly here. So that option directly available here. So that we will do. I will show you. And history tab, we can get all the whatever queries execution happening. That is all that information is available in the history tab. So anyway, that is not required now. Now, so these are all the things. It's already known things. That's the reason I'm not spending much time. So here we are basically under the data loading process. So we are creating the database and creating the we know how to create the database, and we know how to create the schema and table, and we should understand how to create the stage, and also we know how to create the file format for this data. So all the data whatever we are trying to handle, that is a CSV format data. So we can create we already created one file format. We can create another file format as per this data. We'll do that process also. We'll do that step also. So it depends on the type of the data. Now here, see, this is the sample data we are it is having. It is already staged in the Google Cloud bucket. So this is also having comma separated values. So trip this is basically related to trip bike city bike information that is provided by city bike corporation. So it is having around uh, 1.9 GB size compressed data available in the Google Cloud account. So total 61.5 million rows data is available. It's around 377 objects. So this much size data, it's already available in the uh, Google Cloud account. That data we are going to access with the help of Snowflake data integration with the Google Cloud. And we can see this much data in our table, whatever table we are going to create for this data. Okay. Now all the data is a comma separated value. So we know how to create the file format and how to handle this data. We'll see step by step. So now here next one is how to create the database. This is also we know. So we can create. We already created one database yesterday, COVID-19. So if you want to create a different database to load this process, we can create another database. How we created yesterday. You can keep that name city by whatever it is. And we have we should once you create the database, we should know the proper equivalent DDL for that table. So that is so DDL is also available here. We can run this DDL trips. DDL is available here. So these are all the settings we can use for worksheet sysadmin. So this is the warehouse is the compute underscore warehouse. Database you just created city by, and schema is public. So we are not going to create any additional schema for here. So just we can use the same schema, whatever it is available. Now we can create your own DDL operation. So we have DDL is available. So you just simply copy the DDL trips table, create or replace table. This is a simple uh, create table structure. So trip duration, start time, stop time, so station IDs, whatever information you that is coming from the Google Cloud bucket information. So in the same way, we are going to create our own DDL. So you can copy this DDL. So you can just select this DDL instead of typing. So you can go to your Snowflake account, and you want to maintain quickly. You want to go to we already created data. So quickly, if you want to create some new database, go here and just give the city by finish. So we'll follow same what they are explaining. Now in city bike having some here, now you want to create your own table in the under city bike. Just get the all the settings related to this particular database. So city bike and public schema. Now here you can try to create own table. So city bike already created. Try to run that DDL. So there is something page 14 also copied. Just remove this. So this is the DDL. Create or replace table, trips, trip duration, uh, gender. Okay, let's run this. We'll see what will happen. Okay, undefined SQL statement is not currently executing. So just refresh it. There is some error came whether the table got create is showing created. Now go to the city by public. Yeah, trips table got created. Now okay, so just I rerun. So why that error coming? So this table got created straightforward. You just copy that table, and now you can see this table preview data. Now you can see all this data got this table got created. Now our next step is we have to we need our job is to there are some lot of files is available in the Google Cloud account. We need to access all the files. and load those files into this table, we need to see 61.5 million records should present in this table. So how to get those data, and those are all the CSV files. How to load those files one by one, we can see. Okay, now go back the document. So we'll follow the same steps. So this table got created successfully. So this already we ran, and you can see all these steps are completed. Table successfully got created. Now we can see there is a table created trips under public schema as a sysadmin. Whatever time it's got created, this is successfully done. So till here we know. So after that, what we do, we create a file format, and then we'll try to load data from local file, and same steps what we did. Say we are doing now. Here we have to create, our data is coming from the somewhere in the cloud account. We have to create one external stage. So that external stage should integrate with your Snowflake account. So that a stage already there's some data already staged into the cloud account. We have to bring that data into your Snowflake account, and then we need to process that data into Snowflake table. So how to do this process? Now this step is very important. See, we are going to create your external stage in the Snowflake account. We are working with structured comma delimited data that has already been staged in the public. That's already for practice purpose, they already staged. We can use their data. First, we need to create one storage integration that specifies the location of our external bucket. So we have to create one storage integration object between your Snowflake account and the Google Cloud account, so that it's easy to bring the data to your Snowflake account. Now, whether it is a GCS or it is a AWS or it is Azure. So we have to specify whether this is a Google Cloud account or Azure account or AWS account. This is the one-time activity we need to create the storage integration object, so that it is easy to integrate every time. Now we are working on Google Cloud. So that is the reason we are going to create one storage integration object with the Google Cloud account in the Snowflake. How to create the storage integration object? So we can see here. So whenever this is basically you are trying to interact with your Snowflake account is trying to interact with your cloud services. That means you are going to change something in your account. So if you are trying to change something in your account level activity, for that we need account level privileges to create your storage integration object. As a normal developer, we can't do this activity. So you are trying to integrate something on your Snowflake account with the external accounts. So we need some permissions from the account level. So that is the reason we should switch your role as an account administrator. So as a developer, you don't have this particular privilege to execute. So if you have account administrator role, we can do this process. If you don't have account administrator role, so whoever managing account in your organization, so those people should do this activity once. So once they do this activity, as a normal developers, we can start using that integration object. We can consume all the data. So that is the reason. So we have to switch your account as a account admin role now. So how to do this now? Just I will take this command. I will go back to the Snowflake account. Now here, so here what by default we are using sysadmin role. So for all the users, whenever they log into their Snowflake account, by default they are going to use as a sysadmin role. You can switch if you want to create the data integration, storage integration with the any cloud service, at that time we are going to switch as a account admin role. Either we can run this command, use role as a account admin, or you can switch manually in the worksheet level setting. Go to here, and here you can see the option sysadmin. You can change to, just drop down, you can switch to account admin role. So automatically, either you can run this command or you can use as a account admin privileges manually. So if you run this command, it will do same thing. Automatically it will change to account admin role. So now anyway it is account admin role. You can just run it. It won't it won't give any problem. Now, so why we need to switch to account admin role? So whenever you are performing some action with account level activity, so your account is going to integrate with one of the external cloud services. At that time, as a developer, we can't take action directly, go there and get the information. So that is the reason we are, as a, this is a restricted privilege, only accessible to account administrator. So those persons can check the information on whether it is feasible to integrate, and then they start integrating with that particular cloud service provider, whether that cloud location is a safe, or it is accessible, or it is something. So they will just verify and do this action. Now we switch to account admin role. Now here, this is the next step. If you see this command, so you are trying to create one integration object which you want to integrate with your cloud account. So at that time, so here we can use any name. So that is for your reference, you can use any name. So how we are going to use? See, here we have different options. So we are going to create storage integration, GCS lab. This is the name. You can create anything. So it's your wish how you are going to use it. And we are going to, this is the what kind of, this is the internal stage or external stage whenever you are trying to create, right? So it is basically we are trying to create the external stage. So that is the reason. So we are giving as an external stage, and so there are, we have three service providers. So one is the GCP, GCS is nothing but Google Cloud Storage. So, and also if you are talking with Azure or if you are talking with AWS, we can specify why we are giving. So we can specify that particular option in the uh, in your, so that it will understand it is we are going to integrate with the uh, particular cloud service account. So and also we are going to enable this option to integrate with your cloud service. That is the reason we are giving enabling true or false. And so here you can see storage allowed locations. So here we are, this is the location where some files already staged. This means, so this location is already having some files, but this is having public privileges to access. That is the reason we are trying to access this location directly. Now tomorrow you are going to create your own cloud, Google Cloud account. At that time, we are going to give this path. So this here will specify our own customized path, whatever, wherever files we are going to access, that files information we can create here directly. Now, this particular stage is already, this information already is available in the cloud. So we are directly accessing that set of files. That is the reason we are not going to touch anything related to Google Cloud. Now, here, if you see, this is we can add multiple paths. So now this particular path having some set of files, and whatever they are telling 377 objects are there, right? Like that, if you want to access multiple files at the same time, you can specify with comma separator, and we can call other path also. Whenever you want to access your Google Cloud account, this is the path we are going to specify. Here we need to call out space clearly whether this is the GCS or AWS or Azure. So whenever you are talking with different services, at that time we'll get to know, but syntax is almost same. So here we are changing GCS to AWS, or each and every cloud service having its their own syntax will follow same thing whenever you are going to integrate your object with Snowflake. Now, so we have some set of files already staged in this particular location. We are going to integrate that object. So this is the name we are going to interact with that storage account in the cloud. So we are creating that integration object in the Snowflake. Now, here you may get error whenever you copy that command directly from documentation. You just change this single quotes with the just change it. It will work. Otherwise, it will throw error. I just change it to single quote. Okay. Now you just take this command. We are going to create integration object. This is a GCS provider. This location already staged in the cloud, and run it. So this already created. I already created last time. So that is the reason it is throwing error. Just I can add John. Okay, integration object we need to remember, so we no need to worry about all other things. We need to remember this storage integration. We can create a number of storage integrations in your account. So whenever you are trying to interact with this particular cloud account, we are always going to talk with this particular object in the Snowflake, so that whatever files are coming in that particular account, automatically we can start using with the help of this name. Now we just I kept already created. This is the name, GCS lab in uh, one sample integration object. Now, so you created integration object, and then now this integration object created by the account administrator. The account administrator having access to use this integration object, but so we are all normal developers, we should get access to this particular integration object. So only account admin can have this access. So as an account administrator, what he will do, he will just privilege the access to all the row users, whoever having normal roles. So that is account admin activity. He will grant the permission to the, by default, all the users having sysadmin role or customized role. He will grant permission to this integration object to that particular role, so that all other users, whoever having normal roles, they can have access to use this particular integration object. So that is the reason. So they are going to use this particular statement below. So grant, see, this is the integration object we created. This is the object. Let me take this. So this is the object we created. Now just give the access John. So what is happening here? This integration object created by the account administrator, but as a normal users, people who are all having customized role or any default role, they want to access this particular object. That is the reason account administrator is going to give access to sysadmin or any other role. Now, what is the command here? Grant usage on integration. This is the integration object. So to role. So this is the default role. As an account administrator, you are granting permission to sysadmin. People who are having sysadmin role, they can access this object so that all the other developers, they can directly consume. All the other developers having sysadmin privilege, they can consume this data. Now, just I'm going to run this command, control enter. So this particular statement successfully got executed. Now we don't have any work with the account administrator. Now we'll come back as a normal role, as a sysadmin role. So that is the reason. Now you can switch your role to normal sysadmin role. Okay. Now you can switch it to normal role, or else you can switch with the help of use role sysadmin. So anything, both are same. There is no difference. Now as a normal developer, we got access to use this GCP lab int John. This is the integration object we can use for our data loading process. Okay. Now we are good with creating integration object. Now next our job is to create the, so all the we now we have access to get the information from the Google Cloud with the help of this object. Now we want to get that information into our Snowflake account. Now, so what is the next step? Let's go to the documentation. So here we already having our own database got created. Now we are going to get all the objects which is available in the cloud storage account, that all the information we are going to get into the, we are going to stage all the objects. So here for that we need to create, we have two type of stages. One is the external stage and internal stage. Now we are going to create one external stage which is available on the Google Cloud, and we are going to bring the data into external stage. Now go back to your database and go to the option stages. Now we are under databases, and then we are going to select whatever database we are going to load data. Select the city byte, and then here you can see the list of tables, and here you can see view schema stages. Select the stages option. Okay, so you select the stages option, and we don't have any stages got created. Just select the create option. So here you can see there are different locations available along with Snowflake managed location. Now we are talking with one of the we created integration object with the Google Cloud. That is the reason I am selecting this. Maybe tomorrow you are working with AWS. At that time you select this, or Azure you select this. So now we are working with the Google Cloud. That is the reason I am selecting as a Google Cloud platform location. Okay, now go to the select. Okay, now this is the option. You can see stage files will be stored in the specified GCS location. Now you are creating one external stage. You can specify any name, GCS load John. You can use any name. Okay, you can use any name, and also you created storage integration. So that in whatever storage integration you created, that will come here in the drop down. So if you don't create, that won't show here. See here, I have multiple storage integrations created. But for you, if you are creating first time, you can see only one. We need to select proper integration object for this particular data load. Now this is the object I created. That is the reason it is showing in the drop down. Just select it. So name, customize name you can use, add storage integration, whatever integration object you created, you select that, and then So even you can do same process with the SQL also. So if you see, this is a syntax it is showing: create stage name, storage integration this, and URL this. So we need to give the proper URL. So here now you are already selected this, and you are already having a storage integration this. Here this is the URL we need to pass. So this URL you can copy and you can paste there in the integration object. Control C, go back here, give the URL. Okay, so from this URL you can pick all your 377 objects which is staged in the Google Cloud. We can get that. Now we created your own name, you called the storage integration whatever you created, and then use the URL. Now I'm going to finish this step. Comment is optional whether you are going to use it or not, just leave it. Now it is going to create successfully. Your stage object successfully got created. So all the data, all the settings, storage integration we called, and we created one name as a GCS load chart. Now our data is available on our own external stage. Now we can load data into the table. So now data not in the table, just we kept the data in the external storage location. Now we are going to load data into our table is we just brought all the data whatever is available in the Google Cloud account in the external stage. So from there we can load data into our Snowflake account. See, we can, if you want to see the all the objects, whatever all objects are available, see, we can see directly all the objects. So now all this data in our control, in the respective account control. Now see, you want to see what are all the information available there. List, you want to see all the objects, list at the rate, whatever storage account you created, this is load chart, this is the stage. So GCS underscore load, so just I am calling, control enter. See, there is around whatever files is available in this particular location, around 376 files are available in this particular location. So all these files got staged into external stage, and we can see there are a lot of zip files. So zip files are available with the different size. So these files got staged on 7 May for practice purpose. Each and every zip file having some set of records, that information we don't know, but we can see what are all the files are available in the stage, external stage, with the help of this command, list at the rate GCP load chart. Even without loading this data into Snowflake, we can see actual data also, that I will show you one by one. First we'll try to load this data into Snowflake table, and we'll get to know more details and why we need to what is happening and how we can use this data without loading into Snowflake. Is there any way to access directly? So all those information we'll get to know clearly. So now you can see all the objects here. So this is a syntax to see the information from the page. So that's the reason, list at the rate GCS load chart. We can see all the files got staged. Now next job is, it's like we have files are available. Now the only thing is text data loading is pending. So we need to load data. So whenever we want to load data into the table, we should have file format. Now go to the databases like how we did tables. This is the table you want to load. Just select the load table, and the same way you select. Now it is asking. Now we loaded data through source some system files. Now we are going to load data from the Snowflake stage. See, automatically this stage got created here. So you can see stage got created, and then you can load. You can go through the next step. Again, we need to create the file format. For that, so yesterday we already created one file format. So that is in the different database. So that file format is not showing here. Again, we need to create the file format under this particular schema. So for creating the file format, you can create directly from here. So before that, you can see the settings. What are all the settings they are using to create the file format? So almost same settings whatever we are using. So they are not. There is no header in the file. So that is the reason they are not skipping any file. So remaining all the options are almost same by default option they are using. So even we can use same options to load. So we can create one file format. Just plus it will ask you to create the file format. Just select the CSV uh, GCS day. You can use GCS, any name you can use. So this is the public schema and file format CSV and auto comma separator, row separator, field optionally enclosed. So here as per the documentation, we can see the test sample data that is optionally enclosed with a double quote. That is the reason I'm selecting this. And remaining all the options as it is, you can create none / so as it is. So you just create the file format. That's it. There is no much changes. You just create it. Okay. Your file format also successfully created. You gave name as a CSV underscore GCS. And now next option, you go to the next option and you can start doing data loading process, continue loading valid data from the file, and you just run it. So it is having 377 files, under that 2 zip files. So it is taking longer time to process this. Same thing we are doing through the web UI. We can write the command line also. So here in the document, if you see, they are following different approach. They created the file formats like how we created, and we can run with the help of simple command. So if you want to go through the one command, just you can change your warehouse speed. Now it is having 377 files. You want to switch to higher size, you can switch so that it will give the better performance. Now you are trying to load, right? Don't use the small, just drop down, change it to larger or whatever size you want, and try to load multiple times and see the difference. If you are smaller size, how much time it is taking, larger size, how much time it is taking, you can note those differences. So here now, so this is a straightforward command you can run from the command line. So if you want to load data from stage, so copy into the command which will help us to load all the bulk loading, all the files together at one time. Copy into table name from other stage. Use the file format so that we can use this particular file format. So this file format, it will help you to load the data. So this is also another option we can use to load. Now we are using different option. So there is some errors we can see for loading process. So here we have around 88,400 coming, but few errors are coming in the file. But we can see this file why this particular error is coming. And now we just cancel this, go back to the worksheets and see the status of the table. Around 54,803 records got processed. So this is challenge. So we need to understand why data got not loaded. So what is the issue? So maybe I see actually for my case or for few people case, we are expecting around 1 point as per the documentation. We have to see all the data, but there is some. I can see in the data loading process, I got some error, like numerical value not defined. So we need to understand why data got not loaded and what is the challenge here. So we'll try to discuss this point in tomorrow's class. So, but we need to sort out all these things and we can able to see all the data in our table. So let's start today our session. So we have so far we covered. We are trying to loading data, unloading data from Snowflake to GCP, and also we try to create different integration objects. All these things we try to understand different features and different options in the copy statement. Still, we have more options. So we'll discuss parallelly along with the other features. So those features. Now we'll try to understand. We gone through the databases and we used to create stages, file formats, and all these things we created. Now we have some more examples we need to cover in data loading. So we'll cover parallelly along with the we have other features. So along with those features, we'll cover whatever we need to cover in the data loading and unloading process. Now we'll try to move to the next important feature. So this is data secure data sharing. So here this is the databases and second option is the secure data sharing. So why we need to use secure data sharing? We'll try to understand this feature in detail. Okay. So go to the shades. So just click on to the shades and we'll see there is an option. You can see there is a secure data sharing is available and how you can able to provide and consume data and what are all the benefits. All those things it is we can able to try with our whatever account we have. So first we'll try to understand what is this secure data sharing and why we need to do this. And what is the benefit of using with the help of Snowflake. So what is the traditional challenges companies facing? How secure data sharing will help for the organization to transfer your data in better. Okay. Now go to just I'm going to the Snowflake documentation for the uh, initial understanding and then we'll jump into the practical session. Snowflake sharing. So just this is the article they are talking about Snowflake secure data sharing. So basically this is sharing. So what is the meaning of sharing of data? So we are all working on, basically we are all working on different type of files like CSV files or some JSON files. So just you want to process this data to some other customer, some other user. So as a user A, you are trying to give data to user B. So what are the challenges to give this data to user B? So user A and user B. So let's say we have 100 TB data or 1000 TB data and huge amount of data. So this huge amount of data, how we are going to uh, give to the customers. So in the we have n number of customers. Let's say you are working on some retail business. You are managing one of the retail business. You want to we have different customers who is providing product. So you are dealing with 100 different customers and customers asking some data to analyze how the business is happening, whatever data, whatever product they are sharing to us. So you want to provide access to the customers. So these are all the customers having, they should have some database to see the data. So at that time, maybe customers either they are using the Snowflake account. Some customers they are completely new to the database. They are not using any database. So at the time also you need to provide data to the customers so that customers can access the data and analyze the data. So that is a huge any there is no limit for the data storage you want to provide access to the customers. So all those challenges, as of now, how it is happening, we are going to use some FTP protocols, or you are using ETL. You are connecting source as your one of your source database, and target is again you are using another database. So you are doing some data movement. So you are transferring your data movement. So again, customer storing the data and they can analyze and data. So you are basically you are duplicating data storage here. So we have some 100 TB data, again 100 TB day, again out of 100 TB data, 20 TB data customer want to analyze. So that data is belongs to one of the customers. So again this 20 TB data, it's difficult for them to uh, pay additional storage cost. So here with the help of Snowflake secure data sharing feature, you can avoid duplicate storing of data. So all the consumers, whether we have 100 customers or 200 customers, they can directly access data from your database, provider database. So that to live data they can access. Live data they can access instantaneously, and that to read only access data, not writable data. Read only access data they can consume and they can analyze on top of the data. So that kind of provision Snowflake providing with the help of Snowflake secure data sharing, instantaneously you can transfer your data to the customers as a read only access. Data is not moving to the customer account, just customer is going to access the data. So that is the basic idea about secure data sharing. We have too many options available how you can achieve secure data sharing, and what are all the different options how we are going to implement secure data sharing in the Snowflake. So all those points we'll discuss in detail. Yeah, good. Let's move on to the secure data sharing. So what are all the, so in the database we can see there are different kind of objects are available. So we know what is a table, and also there is a external tables, secure views, secure materialized views, secure UDFs. So these are all the objects we can instantaneously give access to the customer. Now let's say we have some Snowflake account. This is a Snowflake account. So let's go to the worksheets. So here we have too many databases available. Now I have some database created with some set of tables and schemas. I want to give this database, COVID-19 database, to all my customers. So let's say we have 4 customers. So these 4 customers, they don't want to create and copy this data again. Just they can access directly as a provider. I am the owner of this data. As a provider, I can give access to this data to the customers instantaneously with the help of secure data sharing. All my customers can see this whatever data is available, 400 records. This data is they can see instantaneously in their accounts. So how we are going to achieve, how we are going to build this process? So basically, we so whatever data we are going to uh, uh, so let's say we have 400 records. These 400 records you want to update. So now I'm going to add another 100 records to this file, so to this table. Whoever going to consume this data, we are going to consume this particular table instantaneously without anything, they can able to see the updated data within seconds time. There is no delay. So it's a 500 or it's a 1000, it's a 10,000. If you update something here, if you update something in the table, so immediately customer can see the updated data. So like that, we can provide access to n number of customers, n number of consumers. They can access all the data. Now, see, if you see the uh, so there is a one diagram so explained in the Snowflake documentation. See here, we have to understand whenever you are talking about secure data sharing, what is the who is the what is the provider, what is the consumer. So provider, basically they are going to provide data to consumers. So provider can give access to a number of consumers as his own data. So that is the reason. So this provider having 3 consumers and another provider having uh, different consumers. So as a so either as a Snowflake account, you can act as a either provider or consumer. So it's your wish. You can act like a provider, or you can get data from multiple providers, and you can give data to multiple customers. All these things are possible whenever you're talking, where you're sharing your data. So that is the reason. So here we have, if you see the third window, third chart. So same account, within the same account. So in the blue color is a provider, and this a white color, they are acting like a consumer. So like that, as a Snowflake account, we are all having one Snowflake account. This account can act as a provider as well as consumer. So you can give data to anyone, or you can take data to from anyone. So that is the meaning of provider and consumer. Whenever you are giving data to someone, you are acting like a provider. Whenever you are taking data from someone, that is you are acting like a consumer. Now, if you see, there is a lot of databases listed here. We created some databases by default you got from the Snowflake. See, there is a one arrow mark. So this particular arrow mark, it is having different identity. This arrow mark is some symbol, arrow mark symbol coming inside. That is Snowflake. This is the Snowflake Secure Data Sharing Database. So by default, in all your accounts, this particular database it's enabled automatically. Whenever some users going to create the account, automatically one database got inherited from somewhere. That is called, this is the database is coming to your account. Your account is acting like a consumer for this database. By default, Snowflake offering this database to all the users for the test data purpose. That is the reason this particular this is a shared object. So here it is having too much data. So we see some tables, some 2 TB, 3 TB size data where tables data also available. So if you want to, if you are using this particular all the, so Snowflake keep giving all this data to all the accounts. So it is unnecessary. They are keep increasing their storage size. So let's say today 1,000 accounts are going to create in the Snowflake. All the 1,000 accounts having similar kind of data inside the tables. So with the different size. That means they are not going to use additional storage for all the 1,000 accounts. This they are using one account as a storage account. So this they are giving data to all the 1,000 accounts as a consumers. So they can just access the data. They are not going to charge for storage cost here. Now this means this data is not storing in related to your account. This data is coming from somewhere. That means whatever storage information that is showing in your account, that is not for your storage, that is from somewhere. That is the reason this arrow mark coming inside. So whenever, this is very important point. So whenever you are going to execute the queries from here, so storage is different, execution is different. Okay? So we are having two different things. That's the reason we are calling as a decoupling nature. So now storage is not in your account. So this is, you are just executing the data which is coming from the some other account. So whatever execution going to happen in the shared database, so that cost is associated for the particular account where that queries are running. So storage is completely free, but only computation is the different charges for the consumer. So whatever consumer is going to run all your queries, so we are going to pay for it. So whatever free credits you got, 400 free credits. So all that credits we are going to, it's going to consume for the execution in the shared database also. So we have to remember the important point whenever we are talking about Snowflake consumer. Consumer no need to pay for storage account which is getting from the shared object. Only they are going to pay for the computation charges. But as a provider means you are storing your own data and you are executing your own queries. That means whatever storage is going to happen and whatever execution is going to happen, these both charges we have to pay. But whenever you're talking about consumer is not going to pay anything for storage. Okay, so we'll discuss in detail all these points. Practically we'll see all these things, but for better understanding, I'm giving more clarification. See here, there is a we need to understand whenever you are talking about secure data sharing. So what is the provider and what is the consumer? Overview of data providers and consumers. Now I'm talking about all these things as a data provider, as a data consumer. Who is a data consumer? So all that information they provided here. So they explain whatever I am talking in detail in here. So we have different type of uh, so provider account, consumer account, and also there is another type of accounts called reader accounts. Reader accounts basically people don't have any Snowflake account. So if we want to give data to non-Snowflake accounts, at that time you are going to create, as a provider, they are going to create reader account, and you can provide access. You can provide access to non-Snowflake customers, so that non-Snowflake customers, they can consume their data with the help of reader accounts. So if the person directly having Snowflake account, you can share the data. If the person don't have any Snowflake account, what we can simply create one account, temporary account for him. Will provide URL and will provide login credentials to them, so they can access, and within the some period of time, and that account is going to disable. So that is what reader accounts. So we can create reader accounts, and we can give directly to the Snowflake customers as a consumer access. So here, if you see the points, whatever I covered now, so all the same points they explain here in detail. So quickly I can go through these points so that you will get better understanding. So maybe whenever you get free time, you can go through these points as well. See, with secure data sharing, no actual data is copied or transferred between the accounts. As I told you, data is not going to transfer between the accounts. Just data is going to access. We are getting the only access. There is no. It's only the read only access. It's not the write access. There is no transfer is going to happen. Just it's pointing to the source account, and some other person access from the outside. All sharing is accomplished through Snowflake's unique service layer and metadata store. So this is going to handle through the metadata layer. So we have three layers: service layer, computation layer, and storage layer. So this Snowflake secure data sharing going to accomplish through the service layer only. In the metadata itself, they are going to handle all the metadata information and giving access to the customers. So this is going to handle in the service layer itself. This is an important concept because it means that shared data doesn't take up storage in the consumer account. Yeah, this point just now I explained in detail. So shared data don't have any storage charges for the consumer account, therefore doesn't contribute to the consumer's monthly storage charges. So whenever consumer is going, its bill going to happen at that time, there is no cost associated with the consumers for the data storage. The only charges to the consumers are for the compute resources, as I told, right? Whatever queries you are executing, that is the only charge to the customers. So here in our account, this is one of our account. This is this database we are not. It's not created with us. So that is shared by from the Snowflake. So whatever data you are storing here, this is the data storage. This is not come under your billing. So whenever you are executing queries from here, that is the only come under your billing part. So that is the point they mentioned clearly here. So in addition, because no data is copied or exchanged, secure data sharing is set up a quick and easy for providers, and access to the shared data is a instantaneous to the customers. So it's a very quick process. It's a one-step process to access consumers all this data. So that is the reason. So it's instantaneously it is available to all the customers, whatever size, whether it is a 100 TB, 1000 TB, 10,000 TB, it doesn't matter. It's instantaneously consumers can access that amount of data. As a provider, creates a share of a database in their account and grants access to specific objects in the database. The provider can also share data from multiple databases as long as these databases belong into the same account. So provider, now I am the provider. So I have some different databases. I want to give access to the consumers. So what are all the different so as a consumers, you are going to I want to specify what objects I want to share. So you can share in the database again a number of schemas. Again, in each and every schema having a number of tables. So you need to explicitly specify, call out the grant privileges to the customer so that we can able to consumer can access only that particular data. So there is some secure data which you don't want to give access. So we need to be careful whenever you are providing access to the customer. So whenever you are doing this process as a normal developers, people who are all having sysadmin or customized roles, they don't have privilege to provide access to database objects to the customers. So this particular option controlled by Snowflake account administrator role. So Snowflake account administrator role only can create the share object and grant privileges to the consumer. So as a normal sysadmin or normal customized roles, they don't have privilege to do this process. Okay. Now here we are talking. So now if you click on to the shares, now we have what is the role we are having role as a sysadmin. Now you click on to the shares. See here, what is the option it is coming? Secure shares enable you to consume data being shared with your organization and also provide data to others. Now here we don't have any option enabled here. So we don't have any option enabled. So we are not able to do anything. Why? Because we don't have any privileges to do with your role, whatever role we are having, this admin role. So that is the reason. So this data sharing, so now you are doing account level activity, you are giving data to outside people. So this is most secured activity. So that is the reason companies wanted to control this particular data sharing feature with the account admin role. Now, so if you want to access some information from the shares, now we need to switch to account admin role. Now select this. Now switch to account admin. So now I'm moving to account admin to see what are all the options we can able to see in the shares. See, automatically there is some information enabled here. So now you are in the account admin role. That is the reason we can see there is some options which we can use in the data sharing. So all those options enabled with the help of account admin role. So here we have inbound options, outbound. There are too many options. Create database from secured share. This is in the disabled mode. So when this particular option is going to enable, so those things also we'll discuss. So we need to understand what is inbound, what is outbound, what we are going to create here, what is the information available here. See, inbound is nothing but something is coming to your account. This is the account we created. This particular databases, Snowflake and Snowflake sample data, these two databases, someone sharing to your account. Someone sharing this information to your account, all that particular database information available in the inbound. Okay. Now, so these two data, this particular information is coming from the Snowflake. That is the reason. So by default, on in all your accounts, you can see this particular as a inbound database. Now next one is outbound. Just click on to the outbound. Automatically it will switch to outbound. Now here, so I already created this information in for my for other session. So in your outbound category, you don't see any shares created here. All all this information, it is a blank for you. Why? Because you are going to act like a provider. You want to give access to one of your customer. So let's say I am your customer. You are the provider. I am asking my provider, can you just give access whatever database you created? I want to access that database sometime. I requested my provider. So provider is going to grant permission to the customer so that I can get the database directly in my account and I can access the database. That is what outbound information. So basically, I am the provider. Let's say I have some data. So this is the database. COVID-19 having some 5 tables. These 5 tables information I want to give access to one of my customer. So how can I identify my customer? Based on the account IDs. Let's say this is the customer account number. So based on this account ID, I can identify the customer. So where the customer having whoever the customer wanted to give, just I can take the customer account details and then I can go to the shades. I can create one share object when whatever data you want to give to the particular customer. We should know what database and what schema and what table you want to give. So if you that but detailed information we need to pass to this particular share object, and then we are giving permission to the account. So see here, I added multiple account numbers here. So I created one share object and added multiple database accounts so that all the customers can access this particular database directly. So like that we can add n number of customers they can. So whoever all customers I added, they can see this particular database in their account. So they can see data from the database schema and table level information in their account. They can access as a read only account, read only data they can access. Now, so this is so now if you want to first what we need to do, we need to create one share object. We need to create one share object. That object contains all the database objects like a databases, schemas and tables information. That particular share object it contains. Now, so here if you just click on to the create, see here, so you can give your own name. You can give your own name, some xyz or yzx, any name you can give, and which database you want to attach to this particular share. You want to attach, we have too many databases. Out of all these databases, which database you want to attach? So you are taking database and you selected database, which schema you want to attach, how many tables, what are all the tables you want to attach to this xyz share. So this is the xyz share information. You are adding some information to the xyz share. So all the data whatever you are adding, whatever you are to this particular share, that is that share holding all that information. So now whenever you are giving access to the consumers, just you are giving this xyz access to the whatever account, how many accounts you want to give, all the accounts whatever you are adding this particular share, they can access this COVID-19 data. Okay, so I'm repeating again. So basically data share is it's kind of one of the object in the Snowflake. That share containing database, schema and table information. that particular share holding all this information, and you are going to give information to, you are going to give this particular xyz share information to the consumers, so that consumers can, so what are all the consumers you wanted to consume this particular database, that information you should know. Then only you can add that information to the consumers can directly consume this data into their accounts. So that this is the where you are going to create, and we are going to select your databases and tables. See, COVID-19 having two schemas, and it is having some database. You can select how many what are all the tables you want to add to this particular share. So you can, it's not mandatory you have 10 tables, all the 10 tables should go into from the database. You can restrict up to table level. So now apply. So now you selected database, you created one xyz share, and you selected some schema and do this. So create share xyz. So this is something SQL, so it's created, so no need to worry. So we can write all these things through the command line or SQL level also. So just you created something. Now see, this xyz is having something xyz share you created, and now what database you associated with xyz, and what is the time, and who is the owner. And see here there is a add consumers, you can just add consume, you can just select the add consumers. So here you can add who are all the consumers wanted to consume this particular database. So here if you see the option, it's a reader and full. So reader, I told you, right? Reader means people whoever don't have Snowflake account, those people can act as a reader account. So people who already having Snowflake account, those people can act like a full account. Okay, so reader accounts and full accounts. So reader account is basically people who are all the non-Snowflake customers. You can select that, you know, which consumer it is going to consume. That is the reason. Say if that consumer don't have Snowflake account, just select as a reader. If that consumer already having Snowflake account, so you want to give access to that particular person, just you can select the full, and you just add the account number. So once you add this account number, automatically consumer, whatever account numbers I added here, so consumer account inbound option, they can see this particular share, it's visible for them to consume this data. Okay, so this particular data, so it's going to consume this data. So here I will come back this point and we'll try to add, we'll try to understand any points missing from the documentation, so that you will get better understanding. So mostly tomorrow we'll go for practical session. Now we'll try to understand in detail in more points, anything missing here, and is there anything, so all these points we'll try to understand. See here we are trying to understand detailed points here. So not contribute to consumers monthly storage, the only charges to the consumers are for the compute resources used to query the shared data. In addition, because no data is copied or exchanged, secure data sharing setup is a quick and easy for providers, and access to the shared data is instantaneous to the consumers. The provider creates a share of a database in their account and grant access to the specific objects in the database. The provider can also share data from multiple databases as long as these databases belongs to the same account. So one more point we should notice here, whenever you are creating the share, So again, I'm going to create another share, YZX something. So you are trying to create one share, and you want to assign some tables, few tables from one database and few tables from one database, and you want to assign this information to the share YZX. So that is not possible here. So here, whenever you are sharing data to the consumer account, you are having only one database access you can select. You want to select city bike as well as you want to select COVID-19 database. Both the databases you want to access at the same time, and you want to assign that information to the YZX. So that is not possible. That is a limitation in the secure data sharing. You want to share data from 10 different databases to the customer. You need to create 10 share objects, and we need to provide access all 10 share objects to the consumers. So it's not possible within the same share object. We need to grant permission from the multiple databases. That is the point they're highlighting here. So the provider create the share of the database in their account and grant access to the specific objects in the database. The provider can also share data from multiple databases as long as they are in the same account. One or more accounts are then added to the share, which can include your own accounts. So provider can share data from the multiple databases. That means not with the help of same share. We need to create different shares. So all these databases, even in the same account, we need to create the separate share object to create each and every database having one share. This is a one-to-one mapping. One database can hold one share object. It's not like multiple database having single share. So our next point is, on the consumer side, a read-only database is created from the share. Consumer side, now once you create the share object, so this XYZ is going to whatever consumer you are adding here, that consumer can having only read-only access. They can create the database with the help of shared object. Access to this database is configurable using the same standard role-based access control that Snowflake provide for all the objects. Yeah, that we can discuss in detail. So this is the same thing what we discussed, and just you can understand the important point whatever they mentioned in the note. Any full Snowflake account can both provide and consume shared data. Snowflake also supports third-party accounts, a special type of account that consumes shared data from single provider account. So here they are talking about reader accounts, as I told you, non-Snowflake customers that we can see. So what is the share? And so they are talking about in detail information about database, how we are creating the share, how it is going to consume, all that information they provide here. So as of now, so what is the provider and what is the consumer? You just try to understand. And also a reader account, I told you, people who don't have a Snowflake account. So that is a reader account. That is basically from non-Snowflake account. We are going to create the reader accounts. So who is the provider and who is the consumer? Why they want to give the data? So whenever you get time, you just try to read this information so you can able to understand. So another important point in the Snowflake secure data sharing, as of now, so another limitation in the Snowflake secure data sharing, as of now, you can share data to the consumers, people who are all in the same region. So that is one of the limitation in the Snowflake secure data sharing. We can share data now as a customer. I am the provider. exit. This is my account. I want to share data. There is some few of the people hosted their data in US West region. You are trying to. I'm trying to share data to your account. So that is not possible. If both accounts are in the same region, that is the limitation in the Snowflake. But Snowflake still working to achieve this problem. Maybe we are waiting for this feature. So down the we can expect this feature in months, maybe 2 months or 3 months. I'm not sure. So cross region data sharing is not possible in Snowflake at this time. So we can they are working, we can able to do that cross region sharing soon. Now if you want to share data between two accounts, both accounts should be in the same region, then only secure data sharing it will work. So cross region sharing is not working now. Now so if you want to test whether you can able to add cross region sharing account, you just add the consumers here, just add full. So can you ping me any one of your accounts, either anyone hosted on the AP Southeast one or other account? Just I will try to add account. We'll see the error message. What message we'll get? Just I'm adding in the same region 61837. Okay, let's see. Let's add it. See, one account added successfully. The following account now has access to your secure share XYZ. So that means this account also in the AP Southeast 1 region, my account also in the AP Southeast 1 region. That is the reason it is allowing. It's a cross region sharing. If we are trying to add an account in the other region, so we are not able to add any customers. So that is a limitation. So we have alternative solution to achieve cross region sharing with the help of there is some additional settings we need to do. But as of now, just people who are all having Snowflake account in the same region, just try to share data. So or else you create another account and try to, if you want to play with the same regions, we need to create another account and we need to see all these what are all the options available in secure data sharing. That's how, that is the limitation in the Snowflake.